right now. Yeah. I feel it. I feel it. All right. Okay.
Hello, hello. Good, how are you?
Wow. Coordinator basket.
I'm gonna call the meeting to order. Clerk, would y'all please call the roll?
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Present.
Councilmember Fellows,
Here.
Councilmember Tucson,
Present.
Councilmember Simmons,
Here.
Councilmember McLean,
Yep.
Councilmember King,
Present.
all present. We have a quorum.
Well, folks are getting their things together. I'm trying to get into. All right. Entertain a motion for agenda approval.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember Tucson, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. City Manager, I know there were a couple things.
Yes, I would request that the contract for POAM approval be moved just to following closed session. And then the Water Street Committee item and the social district be moved to the top of that section 7.
Okay, so POAM right after the closed session, so when we
Okay.
come back in.
Yep.
That makes sense.
Wait.
Hmm?
The closed session item goes to,
No, the
Seven.
we'll leave you the top resolution just right after we come out of closed session.
oh, okay,
So K would move up.
Okay. Mhm.
I see.
And
And then
then E
E.
and what's the other letter?
E.
G
G,
moved up to the top before resolution of 243, right?
Yep.
Is there a reason for that?
We've just always done the contract after closed session. There's nothing that can be talked about during open session. And the other two staff members are here. So just to give them the ability to not have to stay for a long meeting.
This isn't going to be a long meeting.
Oh, just in case.
E and G to the top of the resolution section. All right, so E, then G, then A.
EG and A. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Any other changes? E, Wilcoxen, G, right? Yes. All right, all in favor of the agenda as amended, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right, Mayor Pro Tem, you have our resolution for closed session.
Resolved by the council of the city of Ypsilanti that this council entered a closed session for the following purposes. Number 1, pursuant to MCL 15-268C for strategy and negotiation sessions connected with the negotiation of POEM collective bargaining agreement, and 2, pursuant to MCL 15.268E for the purpose of discussing pending litigation of VTP Riverwoods LLC and VTP Arbor One LLC versus the city of Ypsilanti, and I so move. Support.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, supported by Councilmember Tucson. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right. We will take a break and go down to closed session and return when we're done. I have a quick one. All right.
Thank you.
Andrew? Okay. I will call the meeting back to order. Mayor Pro Tem, you have a resolution to bring us out of closed session?
Resolution number 2025-242, resolved by this council of the city of Ypsilanti that this council leave the closed session and return to open session of this meeting, and I so move.
Been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen, supported by Councilmember Tucson. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean, Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, and then we did have a change to the agenda. So right before we go to public comment, we're going to move letter K. So Councilmember Simmons, I believe you have that. the city of Ypsilanti, whereas the poem collective bargaining agreement with the city will expire on December 31st, 2025. And whereas the city and the union have engaged in contract negotiations for a successor contract. And whereas the city and the union have reached a tentative agreement on a new collective bargaining agreement for the term commencing on January 1st, 2026 and terminating on December 31st, 2030.
I'd updated it from that. So it's
27.
Yep.
Thank you. I'm
Sorry.
just all right. So and terminating on December 31st, 2027. And whereas the city desires to approve the new contract as presented, now therefore be it resolved by the city of Ypsilanti that the city council does hereby approve the new collective bargaining agreement between the city of Ypsilanti and the poem for the term commencing on January 1st, 2026 and terminating December 31st, 2027, as presented and authorized the mayor, city manager, and city clerk to execute the agreement on behalf of the city after approval by the city attorney as to form. And I so move.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember Simmons, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. There will be no discussion as we did that in closed session, so please call the roll.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Great, thank you. Okay, this is our opportunity for public comment. It will last for 45 minutes. Members of the audience will have 3 minutes to address council. I will start with those who are signed up on the list and move to hands in the audience and then to Zoom. Mr. Rajabi is not here. He left. Looks like. Okay. See? Good evening.
Good evening, Ypsilanti. I was going to do the Bane bit, but nope, it's Christmas time. Let's do the other bit, the funny one. The other bit was funnier, and also the mask, it didn't fit well. So, ready? Okay, well, you know what? This is funny. So funny you could say it's enough to make Jesus roll. Yeah, so I just thought I'd drop in to tell you what condition my condition's in. Yep. Oh, apologies if I came off like some gold bricker disturbing your quiet Midwestern community, not to mention, disturbing Eastern Moose Knuckle University. And of course, I did not mean to bring the Moose Lodge's name into it. Didn't mean to call them Eastern Moose Lodge University. No, I was angry that day. I don't want to slander their name when they didn't send their police after me, their own police after me, chasing after me like a bunch of nihilists, trying to get my Johnson because, I am in Michigan. I thought you all are a bunch of Nazis. And, well, they were chasing after me no reason. Those local police of yours, EMU and city police. And it's weird, first, that's why I got to call you nihilists because you're chasing me around for no reason. First I thought you were Nazis, which is at least an ethos, but what I'm trying to say here is, there's an issue of free speech and issues of prior restraint here, man, especially when I'm not even in the business and they get to move their boundaries like they're moving the goalposts, man. While we're at it, this aggression will not stand, man. Also, that castle doctrine issue, man. What? Would you send some local guards to some guy's castle and bust down his gate to mess with his tapestries, man? What's the equivalent to that, man? Like saying the local police bust down his door and soil his rug, man. Oh, so that's why I was supposed to let him to help me so he can help soil my rug, man? Oh, thought I was a Lebowski and you were a Lebowski, Washington County. I thought you were cooler than that, man. Oh, no. Oh, somehow I'm just some deadbeat looking for a handout. I wasn't looking for a handout, I'm just some dude, or El Duderino, if you prefer the brevity thing. Yep. Oh, and I just want to go on record as saying I can't stand the local college team. I can't stand the Eagles, man. Yep. That is how comical the police have been around here. We wrote the unwritable sequel, Ypsilanti. Well, I don't want to say the royal we, the editorial I, just, yeah, don't worry, the law wasn't broke. I mean, calm down. Y'all act like the planes crashed into the mountain. It's okay. You're like the serious dude. Whoa, 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 whoa. Well, I know the world's gone crazy, and I'm the one who's cared about the rules here, but you're the one who's over the line, man. Mm-hmm. Oh, and one more thing.
Thank
You're not consistent on the no kings thing.
is up. Thank you. All right, Mark Smith.
I think he stepped out for just a second.
Oh, okay. I'll come back then. Jeremy Haley.
Two handles on both sides.
You see the?
Yeah.
There you go.
Oh,
Oh, that went up quick.
Oh.
Good evening.
Talking about service. Thank you. Jeremy Haley, Ipsy Township. Just want to say, Merry Christmas, Happy New Year soon. And just let you know that Ypsilanti is going to be a +1 homeless. My neighbor's going to be homeless. He moved home a while back to take care of his mother, who was coming down with signs of dementia. His brother decided to put him in a home, or her in a home, my bad. And now that he's deciding to sell the house and give him until January 1st to move out. So, and he's got a 400-watt heater in his car already getting ready to sleep in it. So, don't know where to go with that one. It's kind of a sad situation if you think about it. What kind of family member would do that to another family member? But it happens all across the U.S. You know what I mean? When you have family like that, who needs enemies? The other thing I was going to talk about is the RX Kids is a good program. And the things have I read about it and stuff. The only concern is going to be the money they are getting, it is going to count as income. And it's going to be an honor system for the people, the recipients, to report it to if they get housing assistance or food assistance or health assistance. When you sign those documents, it says you have to report any and all, and that would be all in the all part. They do have to report it. And the reason why I say that is there's going to be a portion from what I've seen and personally in my life. I've seen women who've had boyfriends, who've had housing vouchers, who've had their boyfriends live in the home with them and not claim them on their housing voucher. I've seen when I lived out in near Lansing, this was some time ago, people who had food cards, the EBT cards then, when they started coming out then, they would go buy all the cheapest pop from Myers or Kroger's and go to in the parking lot, pour them out. And I saw that, pour them out, and go return the cans, buy cigarettes and liquor and stuff. So this stuff does go on and does occur. And I've seen people sell their food stamp card for, hey, I'll buy you $40 worth of food if you give me $20 today. That happens. So this system that RX Kids, I don't know what can be done, but it's going to be on the honor system that these women do the right thing and report it as they should. And really, it's the biggest thing. And I fear that some women are possibly will take advantage of it and not report it and ruin it for others.
Thank you. Your time.
Thank you.
I don't see Mark, but are there other individuals in the audience who would like to address council?
I own 171921 East Cross. I also own the Thrift Depot and several other rental properties. I do have a concern when the discussion comes to social districting. I've seen a preliminary map that shows a portion of our private property as consideration for public space. I've asked for clarification on that. I've been told that we own a third of the plaza. You can't see it. Looks very seamless as if it's public property, but we actually own a parcel that's about a third. So the concern is with the social districting, it's included right now. I've asked for clarification, as I've been told it's not going to be part of the social districting, but the question would be when this comes up on the agenda, how are you going to ensure that privately held property is not included and how the signage, if you will, I'm not as clear on how the whole thing is going to work, but how private property will be truly not included and signage will show that it's privately held property. So I might be putting the cart before the horse. I haven't seen all the plans or all the talking points or what's involved with social districting in that matter. Maybe I haven't looked into it enough on my own, but when it does come up, that's a very important point. I don't know if you're aware of how the property lines are in the plaza, but that's a really sticky point for us.
Audience who would like to address council? Sure. You can come forward. Mhm. All right, so you can have 3 minutes to tell us about the project. We won't, there's not back and forth, we won't have a dialogue with you. Is it something that we already know about? Are you on the agenda or is it something you just wanted to come and tell us?
I should be on the agenda. I've been speaking with Carrie, so that's why I was.
Are you here for the Historic District
Yes.
Commission? That must have got moved.
That's a different meeting, sorry.
I believe
Yeah.
Tonight.
Oh, no, he's gonna
I
help
was
you.
confused. I'm like.
Thank you for asking. Yeah. All right, I'm sorry. It's where? Oh, that's why he signed up. Got it. Okay. Got it. All right. Oh, I hope he didn't miss his opportunity to speak there. I know. Where is it at? Where's the alternate? At Spark? Oh, okay. Do we know where the meeting is?
I'm gonna find out. I don't see.
Okay. I think
Yes.
I
That
think it's
does
Spark.
sound familiar.
That font feels like it, but okay, I'm sorry. Okay. Is there anyone else in the audience who would like to address council, city council? All right, on Zoom.
So we have Peter Church.
Good evening.
Good evening, Peter Church, City of Ypsilanti. Regarding Resolution 2025-247, I would like to see the choices made by the ad hoc committee subjected to a public ranked vote, with the top 3 choices subject to a final public vote for the final choice after 6 months of additional broad public debate and active as opposed to passive outreach. We all paid for this, and the decision needs to be made by all of us. That's my view. So I hope you'll consider that. Regarding Resolution 2025-236, on the 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month in 2018, or in 1918, World War I ended. It was supposed to be the war to end all war, but it isn't. Let us remember those who fight our wars while we continue to try and end all war. Regarding Resolution 2025-237, it seems like this resolution really isn't ready to be debated yet. There's a lot of issues that haven't been brought to a broader audience. For instance, the ridiculously low $50 fee, the incredibly long hours of 10 till 12, lack of an opt-out provision for events that are not compatible with strolling alcohol consumption. And I think we should reconsider this resolution and possibly wait until we can come to a solution to use the Depot Town Plaza for a true socializing experience, rather than just having people walking around with plastic glasses being somehow inspected for a logo or confiscated after the end of the night so they can't be reused. All kinds of just odd and unusual and unenforceable aspects to this. And it just doesn't seem to be very well thought out. I would just urge that this resolution be withdrawn and rejected. On another topic, I would like to see that we revise the city special events. Obviously, a lot of people were very disappointed that we couldn't even light our public Christmas tree unless it was on private property like the library. That needs to get fixed. I hope that we could come up with a strategy where the city budgets for and sponsors up to 10 events per year. Some number of those events could be made hardy perennials where we always plan on supporting them unless they are withdrawn for some reason. And I think that would provide a solution to some of the problems that people have been having with getting approval, trying to raise funds every year, and having to come before city council every year to have an event that obviously is very well supported and enjoyed by the public. Appreciate your time. Have happy holidays, everyone. Thanks.
Thank you. And then, so there's another.
Jennifer H.
Good evening.
Hello. Hi, Council. Jen Heimberg, Meadhurst Drive, 48198. I had some barriers tonight. I couldn't make it in person, so I'm virtual this evening. But I'm glad I get a chance to comment, because if this had been the last week's meeting, I would have been pushed to the end of the night because we didn't get to Zoom comments. That was even after reducing everyone's time limit to 2 minutes. So I'm here again, asking council to bring a resolution to the floor, removing the recent restrictions that were put on public comment. At the very least, I would think that last week's meeting should prove that the current system at least needs reform, given that online comments, and again, in turn, that could mean people with like more barriers get less and inequitable access to public comment. So I'd like to see council bring a resolution to the floor, and specifically for the council members who are not in favor of this, like who are voting against it or are not in favor of reducing or eliminating the restrictions. I'd be interested to hear the discussion, especially knowing that week after week, I know I've brought some darn good logical and real-time reasons. So I'd love to hear that discussion. Looking to council to bring this forward. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have two more.
Okay.
Caduce.
Good evening.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Caduce. I'm a Ward 3 resident. I have two items that I'd like to speak about today. The first is in support of an ad hoc committee for developing the Water Street RFQ. A council member recently said, if we zoom out, the most important thing is that we develop this land as soon as possible. I agree that timely redevelopment is crucial. Water Street has sat largely vacant for far too long, but given the long history of civic trauma and broken trust surrounding this site, it is equally important that we develop Water Street in a way that is transparent and just. As an example, in 2001, the budget for property acquisition was reported to be about 6 to 7 million in Ann Arbor News. By September 2005, the city's website reported that property acquisition expenditures had ballooned to 13 million. I think the project ended up being over budget by tens of millions of dollars by the end, and we have all borne the cost of the city's miscalculation. In order to rebuild trust with the community regarding Water Street, we must center the community from the beginning in the RFQ process and give the community adequate time to envision the design of the area. Another item, just my monthly urge to please bring back 2 public comment sections. You can cap the first section to 1 hour. Shout out to Jen Heimberg for her assistance here. Lastly, I wanted to give you all some kudos. I think on balance, y'all have worked together whenever possible this year. From my perspective, even if there were disagreements on some issues, you all tried to collaborate through issues where you could find some common ground. Good job, and to the extent that you can, I hope you guys can discuss and be publicly introspective about what has helped you all work together this year. I hope this continues next year in an election year, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
We've got one more, Colton Ray.
Good evening.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Colton Ray. I'm a Ward 3 resident and EMU student. And yeah, I want to echo a lot of what Caduce said. in particular around the Water Street redevelopment. Um, yeah, I agree that it's really important for it to be transparent and participatory. And while there is, of course, a timely component to redevelopment, um, that still must like incorporate community engagement and be a participatory process. Um, and then as in regards to the resolution around creating a social district, um, I support it in theory and do agree with, I think it was Peter who said that the $50 permit was too low. I agree with that. I think that alcohol, what we're essentially doing is creating a public, um, safer consumption area for alcohol. And I support that. But um, I think the permit cost could be increased, to help generate revenue for the city, to um, fund programs that are well needed, um, for all of us. So. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else, Tracy?
No.
Seeing that, if there's no one else, okay, we're gonna close public comment. And we are at letter E, 247. Councilmember Fellows, you have that? We move those up to the top, E and then G.
Is this before the minutes?
Yep,
No, E is,
E's first.
oh, I'm sorry.
Yep, and
I thought
then
you said, is this the minutes? I apologize.
Oh, no,
Sorry.
sorry.
I heard wrong.
2/3. Oh, I have that.
Yeah, you have that.
Okay. Set them out of order.
You're good. And we can do it.
The Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti has an interest in remediating and developing Water Street, and whereas the City of Ypsilanti will be engaging an ad hoc citizens committee to develop a request for qualifications, and the city has interest in utilizing that committee in the most comprehensive way to develop the best community benefits for the Water Street redevelopment area. Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Ypsilanti approve the process laid out by staff to utilize the ad hoc citizens committee to develop community benefits for the Water Street redevelopment area, and I so move.
Support. Moved by Councilmember Fellows, supported by Councilmember King. Hello, KT.
Hello. So you have the timeline before you. I did remove some dates. I thought that might actually simplify the discussion for us a little bit to show the steps rather than the dates. Obviously, I included the first few dates for ease, the August 2026 release of the RFQ, and then the fall 2026 coming back to you guys with a recommendation on firms to engage with on Water Street, and then again, estimated time, spring, summer 2027 for potential construction.
All right. Discussion, we're back.
On this timeline that the January 21st is supposed to be 2026, correct?
It is.
Perfect.
Good catch.
Just nitpicky.
Notice too, but I figured we knew. All right.
Thanks.
Thank you. Yeah. No per time?
So everything under January 21st is January 21st, 3-6 meetings? No.
Yes. Yep.
Or is that between January and August?
That is between January and August. So that's January 2026 to August.
Basically just leaving that time.
So then it would be 2027. Sorry, fall 2027. No, fall 2026. And then
Right.
spring, summer
2027.
2027.
So basically, like just repeating what you said, you just took out dates. You have some like parameter months, January, August, then the fall, but
Yeah, if we're holding to August 2026 for the release of the RFQ, then it would need to be, then it would be a January meeting, February meeting, March meeting, April meeting, June, July, and then we could release it after that. I put 3 to 6 because we had talked about what at the committee's need the last time, what they felt like that they would need. So I thought leaving some flexibility in there per what they want. But
and then one meeting in conjunction with city council would be a 4th or 7th meeting, or one of those 3 to 6 meetings. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Just asking. All right.
yeah, I mean,
One with city council?
Yeah.
It's supposed to be in the beginning, yeah.
Okay.
It's in the original resolution, it says the second meeting will be with city council.
Okay.
I mean, I know we've talked about this a lot. I just will say, kind of looking at this, I still think that the part around the community benefits piece doesn't really give time. I do feel like the that part does still concern me, but I've already kind of talked about the community benefits ordinance and the intention, and that this kind of strays from that in process. So I just want to say that again, because I don't think that I don't think that anything has changed. So I feel like I've laid out a lot of things, but I don't think any of it there's been no changes. So I guess my question to the rest of council is that, is council okay with going against the CBO or not integrating it? Or is this supposed to happen in the CBO? Because my understanding is that this in the CBO is supposed to be trying to take that into consideration. But it also seems that this is supposed to be separate. So I guess maybe I just need clarity. Is the expectation that this happens and then the CBO happens? Or is this supposed to take place of actually that process, which was a very robust process? So I guess I just need clarification, and maybe I don't know who needs to give it, but is this supposed to take place of the CBO? Just full stop. Is that the understanding? Is that your understanding, Katie?
my understanding is that the robustness is in the ad hoc and making sure that we have benefits that we have identified as a community through community engagement, and then through another committee that will talk about it for those 3 to 6 months, right? Make sure that they're in the RFQ so the developer understands what the city is looking for in benefits when they come to us with their qualifications and interest in developing Water Street. So they already know. They know it's ground zero what we want and what they're hoping to see. Then at that point, they present us with a proposal at different stages. We continue to engage with them with that same committee so that then they stay in there, so that they stay in from day one all the way through the process. My concern with doing both was that there's 2 different committees who may not see eye to eye, and something that would be in the RFQ could then change very easily during a community benefits negotiation. And then that would be confusing and stall development. And I think that we want to see Water Street developed. And so this is the way that I think we could have a robust process that has community engagement, debating the benefits and making sure that we get them all the way from beginning to end.
So I just want to I understand that, but I just want to simplify, because even with some conversations with my colleagues, I feel like it's been unclear. Are you proposing that this
I'm proposing
process
would be the community benefits?
this would take place of the CBO?
Yes.
And so I cannot support that, because the CBO was actually developed with a much more robust process to determine that process than this, which has been a council and staff developed process. And so while I support the intention, while I support the conversation, I cannot support us not following through with the community benefits ordinance that had many different hands on it, and that has been working. The CBO has worked. And so putting forward a different process to supplant that doesn't feel just. It doesn't feel in the place of the public. And I don't know that it would get us a stronger development than going through the CBO process.
City manager?
I see it as the first part is developing the RFQ, releasing the RFQ, and then once that comes back, the developer selected works with the CBO or the CBA committee and goes through that CBO process. That's how I read it.
But there's not even enough meetings. So there's only one meeting with the ad hoc committee and the developer before site plan design. There's only one after the ad hoc committee and staff, interview potential firms. There's a recommendation fall 2026 to council to engage. So council would choose a developer. There's one meeting before the site plan design. And then the next meeting, it's already 50% and then 90. So the CBO has some breadth in there so that there could be some, hey, this, and then people can go back. This doesn't actually give space for a lot of that to happen. By the time people might have something, it's already 50% designed.
Going through site design and determining community benefits, that they're two kind of different things. I think you have from fall to spring, summer. That's a long time to develop the community benefits. And then also we didn't have to include the site design, just take that out. And then this is the community benefits process.
Yeah. The way I understand this, how the CBO has worked is that it happens completely after site design. So this is actually accommodating something that the CBO hasn't done before. But I agree that this is a compromise in that it's kind of smashing two different roles for the community into one committee looking at both the RFQ process and the CBO. But my understanding is the same as the city manager, that the expectation is that once the RFQ is out and a developer has been selected, then the committee is going to re-meet to do the CBO process and at the end come up with an agreement. So, I mean, if just to make it super clear, we can amend it to say this ad hoc committee will follow the community benefits ordinance.
But also the way that the committee is created is different.
Sure.
That's another, so who would serve who, what that looks like is also very different in my understanding.
Actually the same.
It's the same parameters, yeah.
Actually, we're noticing the entire city.
Noticing the whole city. It's going to have a community participation meeting where, things are explained to the public. And there's not going to be a developer, so there's not going to be a developer to explain anything. And then there's going to be, applications going out to the community. But at the community participation meeting, there's supposed to be straw poll. So I think Peter Church brought that up too. It's in the original resolution. There would be a straw poll, just like the CBO. People from the public would select people to be on this committee, and we would choose at least 3. So it's the same exact as the CBO.
I mean,
So summarizing again, everything up to the RFQ is put into place by the same process as the CBO.
Yes.
This, instead of having 2 committees, we have 1. Timeline is free. There's plenty of time between fall of 2026 and spring, summer of 2027 to go through the CBO process. That's probably longer than the ones that we've had.
That's longer.
So then can I make an amendment? Because I feel like this, to me, again, whether I want to just amend it to be clear, then that this, that I guess this part after in fall 2026, that then the expectation is to follow through with the things laid out in the CBO.
Support.
Been moved by Councilmember Simmons, supported by Councilmember Fellows. Yep, I'm gonna give.
That everything follow, oh wait, are you?
No, you can restate. So make sure Tracy gets it.
So in here, after the conversation of fall 2026, where recommendation taken to council, that it says that we will then follow within the community benefits ordinance.
Are we creating a new committee then?
I don't think we need to, I mean, we can say save that. I mean, I personally would love to see some new people, and I would love to see, because I also think that just from my own experience, when committees are this long, people leave. And so I do sense that there will be fewer people by the time we get to this stage. And so, you know, that is a concern I have, but that's just based on my experience of being involved in these things across this time. Any committee I've seen has lost people. So I don't expect that this will be any different. By the time we get there, we'll probably have lost a fair number of people. So I do think that there needs to be a way for how we will bring new people in. Because I just know that that will happen. I almost can just bet on it. But that aside, we can say save for bringing on a new committee of people. But I do think that I personally think new people should be added for the community benefits because I do think of it as being different. And I do think that people would look at it differently. But I'm not going to belabor the point.
So a question for our legal counsel. The participants in the ad hoc committee ad hoc at that time. So
I don't think so.
So we don't have to explicitly state it. It's up for, if we see that there's attrition, we can bring that up again and then revisit that.
Sure, and those committee members would serve at the pleasure of council anyway.
City manager.
I would imagine it would just follow the same process of nominating and then per the charter amendment, removal of members.
People stop showing up.
I'd be interested in hearing, Katie, your thoughts and the city manager's thoughts with regard to, does this provide adequate clarity? Where we left off when we were cut off at the last meeting. I was giving my discussion about that apparently made a few people uncomfortable talking about being dead before seeing anything happen on Water Street. I had to say it again. And so, but that is, I mean, what's driving me is a sense of urgency. And I think we can be thoughtful and inclusive and also be urgent. But also I think clarity is essential if we're going to be any of those things. And so I want to know if this language that's potentially being added, if you've got a comfort level with it, or if you think there's a clarity issue.
I think this is just a timeline. I believe that staff had always envisioned going through the community benefits process in the second half. If it makes council feel more comfortable with it, I take no issue, but that's what we intended to do.
Yeah, I think it's more along the lines of having worked with the same people so that we're of the same mind continuing throughout the process. Again, if we're losing folks and need to bring people on, I think that there should be a process for that. That makes sense.
Okay, so the amendment.
I have the amendment as after fall of 26, the CBO process will be followed.
Or maybe during, I mean, it was just like in the
Creating a new
line.
committee.
Yeah.
Without creating?
Well, I mean, because I think that's important, because that is part of the CBO process.
Mm-hmm.
It's a major note, yeah.
I'll accept that friendly amendment.
Do you accept it too?
Yes,
Councilmember Phil? Okay.
Got it.
Okay, okay. All right, all right. Any further discussion on the amendment? Amended amendment? Councilmember Phil?
I feel comfortable moving forward, and I'm glad that we got here.
Me too.
All right.
All right. All right, we'll call the roll on the amendment, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson, Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
The amendment carries.
Thank you. All right, and now we're on the amended timeline. Further discussion? I don't think, hope not. We spent a lot of time on this. All right, please call the roll.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Hmm.
The amended motion carries unanimously.
Hey, hey, thank you.
May I make one comment? I forgot.
Oh,
Sorry.
sure, Councilmember
I
Phil.
just want to say I do intend in January to bring consideration for potential facilitation for our big meeting with both the committee and council. So that in January.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem, you have 237.
Resolution number 2025-237 resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas Section 551 of the Michigan Liquor Control Code of 1998, MCL 436.1101, as amended, the act authorizes a municipality's governing body to designate a social district with a commons area which may be used by qualified licensees that obtain a social district permit from the Michigan Liquor Control Commission, MLCC, and whereas if the municipality's governing body designates a social district with a commons area, the governing body must define and clearly mark the commons area with signs, establish local management and maintenance plans, including but not limited to hours of operation, for submission to the MLCC, and maintain the commons area in a manner that protects the health and safety of the community. And whereas city staff have prepared a social district management and maintenance plan attached as Exhibit A, the social district management plan, and a map identifying the social district's boundaries and potential establishments attached as Exhibit B, the social district map. And whereas the City of Ypsilanti Downtown Development Authority, the DDA, has recommended adoption of the social district management plan and the social district map, whereas the City Council finds that designating a social district and commons area pursuant to the act and as recommended by the DDA will enhance economic vitality, encourage social engagement in downtown Ypsilanti, and otherwise promote the best interests of the city and its residents. Now, therefore, be it resolved that 1, pursuant to the act, the social district and commons area identified in the social district map are hereby designated as Depot Town Social District. 2, that the social district management plan is approved and adopted, and the Depot Town Social District shall be operated and maintained by the DDA in accordance with the social district management plan. 3, that the city manager and the DDA are authorized and directed to take such actions that are reasonably necessary to implement this resolution and comply with the act. 4, that the city clerk is authorized and directed to file this resolution and the attached exhibits with the MLCC as required by the act. 5, that an annual fee of $50 is required at the time of application and as subsequent renewal years. And 6, that all resolutions or parts of resolutions in conflict herewith are hereby rescinded. 7, this resolution shall take effect immediately, and I so move.
Moved by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Support.
supported by Councilmember Simmons.
Good evening, Council. All right, so I wanted to talk to you about the Depot Town Social District. It was passed by our board, board in July. And we're glad to have, sorry?
It was that long ago?
Yes, been thinking about it a lot. Yes, passed in July, and so we worked on a plan since then to bring to you. So what is the social district? They allow customers to legally purchase alcoholic beverages from participating licensed establishments that they can consume within the common areas and district boundaries. Businesses have approval from the city and a special permit from the state to serve the social district beverages. Beverages are in a non-glass container, 16 ounces or less. And they have to have a logo of the establishment and a logo of the social district. Social districts, say, boost the local economy. They create sales opportunities for bars and restaurants. They create sense of community, create third places, make downtowns more vibrant, encourage longer visits to the DDA district. So a commons area is sidewalks and crosswalks within the borders, Depot Town pedestrian alleyway, Freight House Plaza considered commons areas. During street closures, the common areas include the closed off areas of the street. So one thing, since this is supposed to be on council last time, but there has been some coverage. And so I've seen a lot of folks looking at these sorts of the social district as, oh, that means that we're going to be closing down the street every day. That is not true. So, you know, they can operate just on sidewalks. And then during special events, of course, there would be the street closures and be safe to be on the street. Hours of operation, 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. daily. That's what we've approved at the DDA. This is following social district hours that we've seen across other areas, downtowns. This is also social district hours of Ann Arbor. Extended social district hours can be requested for December 31st until 1 a.m. We just want to keep that open so that big thing about social districts is that we want to bring in events and folks that want to help revitalize the area. And so this is sort of like a draw. Hey, if you want to do a ball drop, you know, this will already be in place. It's not going to happen unless there's a special event and it's requested. But this is kind of an invite for that. Social district could be temporarily suspended during hours of operations for a beer tent within the social district that raises money for its alcohol sales. So this is not something that we currently do. In the past, there have been more fundraiser events that happen right in the street closures. We just want to put that there in case so that doesn't run into an issue in the future. We talked about having a special events expansion area that would include the Freight House. So I'm thinking about events kind of like Ipsy Pride when those happen down in Depot Town. This would include the Freight House area the Freight House per request of the event. And then people would be able to access that space without being stopped to throw their drink away. It's just kind of having people hang out a little bit longer. That doesn't mean that you can sell drinks at the Freight House. They're not a licensed establishment, but this would be so people can kind of come and go. Of course, encouraging more large scale events like that in Depot Town. Qualified licensees, we have 734, Aubrey's, Sticks, same spot, so same license. Maize, Mash Bar, Thompson & Co., and Wax Bar currently. And then we also have the proposed social district map. And so this is the proposed social district map. So we included the bridge up to the park entrance. Another reason being is that events like Cruise Night and Ipsy Pride that currently do exist do utilize the bridge. And so this would just make it easier for event organizers to not have to tell people not to cross this line within their own event. And I'll answer questions regarding this later. Signage. So we are required to have a signage plan. All the appropriate places to have signage where people are entering or exiting a social district, those will have those signs with the QR codes going to the website with giving more information. We would have the maps posted as well as just rules for the social district around town. Additional signage, you'd have signage in the establishments that sell social district drinks. And then also we would provide signage for businesses that do not want to have these beverages brought into their space. All the signage will be paid for and installed by the DDA. Rules, licensees, they can only serve drinks in non-glass containers, as I said, that can't exceed 16 ounces, and prominently displaying the logo of the establishment. They can only be served on the premise of the liquor license, not in the common area. So they can't just bring their bar out to the street and sell. All other alcohol serving laws apply that already exist. For customers, you can only purchase from participating establishments in the approved drinking cups. So you can't buy it from a special event at the Freight House and take it elsewhere. You have to enjoy your drink responsibly within the marked social district. You may not enter another food or beverage establishment or its outdoor seating area with your to-go drink. That just crosses liquor license rules. You can't reuse your cup. So I've also included timelines, what this would look like. So if we're talking about if this gets approved tonight, then at the next city council meeting, you would have our eagerly awaiting businesses applying. And so they would have to come before you as soon as next month, presumably. And then they still have to apply to the MLCC, which is about 1 to 2 months. So earliest we would see this starting up could be February, March, unless there's a definite start date. The DDA was asking for start as early as possible. They would have wanted to start it sooner if we could have. So yeah, so once we know that there is an establishment that is in the process, and we are going to go out and install our required signage. And then once they're approved, then we get a double check by the city, and then the establishment can serve the social district beverages. And so I also have a process for the businesses, which I've also shared this process with them quite a few times. And they're ready to go on these applications should this get approved. FAQ, can you bring it into other stores? They have to be consumed in the establishment in which they were purchased or within the commons areas before entering any other food service venue. And so bringing your drink into other participating retail locations is really up to the retail location. So they would have signage that says if they do not want you to come in with that. Can I bring in an empty social district cup into a business and reuse it? No. A new container has to be used for each additional beverage. Can I bring my own drink, pour it into a social district cup and walk around the area? No, can't do that either. The only drinks allowed are those purchased. All local state laws still apply. Can I be drunk in public now? No, all local and state laws still apply. And the city does not have liability outside of where except to enforce the law where they need to. But yeah, the approved licensed businesses still, they can't overserve. It's still up to them to make good decisions while serving, as they have to anyways for the regular license. So as of September 2025, 144 municipalities have established social districts in the state of Michigan. So hopefully we could be number 145. In Washtenaw County, Ann Arbor, Chelsea, Dexter, Manchester, Milan, Saline have established social districts. We are the only city in Washtenaw County that does not have a social district. Social district laws don't have a sunset provision. The cocktails to go legislation sunsets at the end of this year. So that is going away. And this is here to stay. There are no communities in Michigan that have revoked their social districts for health and safety reasons. I did give an example where Grand Rapids reduced their social district zone in 2021, but they had conflicting licensing issues for events. It's kind of where I talked about those beer tents and fundraisers. That's the only reason that they've done that. But of all the 144 municipalities, they have not had those issues. And just to note too, the council it's a pretty easy path to say, it's a pretty easy path to pull away the social district if it's not working for the area. I believe it's just one meeting, public notice. And yeah, so no one has used that power yet. Because they don't need to. Do we have questions? I have, yeah.
Yeah. So thank you, Elise. I've heard this presentation a few times now. But I want to just start by asking some of the questions that we already know. Well, the first one is pretty simple. Sidetrack was not on the list of businesses, but it is on the map.
Okay.
So I don't know if that was just a
That was probably just
okay. And then the issue of the Freight House Plaza and the privately owned portion.
Sure. So we have a lot of the boundaries are kind of looked at like as boundaries, kind of think of a DDA boundary, right? Like, so everything within it is within the district. There's a lot of private property within this boundary, and it doesn't mean necessarily that you can go and do whatever you want within that. So I talked to Frida, and we once we kind of get an idea of if there's any other edits on this map, we're going to probably put a little note on there in respects to her property for folks to not, that it's private property right there. And then there will probably need to be some delineation from the property owner to make sure that there's no crossover. Right now, you can't tell. People are constantly walking over it anyways during events. Yeah.
So what does signage look like if folks are already traversing the private property space? What would signage look like to deter people from doing that?
Specifically on her property? On her property,
There's no way to, you don't know if you don't know.
Yeah, you wouldn't, right? And so, and the city's had issues with this in particular, with like vendor fairs and everything too, where the city says you can use the plaza, but then there's no, some events come over the property, and then it causes issues. So it's really about figuring out a delineation plan with the property owner of what is private and what isn't. I mean, it's long overdue. Whoever built this plaza on top of property lines that is not I'm sorry if it's anybody's grandfather, but not a very choice.
So what exactly is, sorry.
Remember, go ahead.
No, I was just curious about the boundaries of what that is. I mean, because I've set up booths on that first.
It's basically from where the parking is to the end of the building. Like so the city actually owns right behind the building. And then it goes to private property. So the parking spaces are private. And then there's like, what is it, like 10, 15 feet out? Well, yeah, and it's basically up to the caboose. So
it's up to the caboose up here.
Yeah.
So it's just the parking spots that are in this area over here to the caboose. This part here.
Yeah.
So how would you separate? That's what I'm saying. I don't know. That's the question. I don't know.
That is the question.
Yeah.
I mean, for any events and every
I walk through there,
I mean, because you can walk on a parking lot.
Yeah.
And
well, I mean, at this point, if the property owner truly does not want people to walk on,
they should rope it off.
Yeah.
Which I would say should be the property owner's responsibility and not the city's responsibility.
I would like to see the space too, just.
And I mean, I just think because it includes the parking lot.
It's their parking. It's their private parking.
Right. Well, I guess that wouldn't be our responsibility. I guess. I don't know. Yeah. I just think it feels very strange because again,
it is strange. We were running into this issue when we were talking about redesigning the plaza as well. And we knew that there was going to be a weird line of very
L shape almost.
Very newly done plaza and then a third of it not done. So figuring out how to delineate that so that there's not issue. I mean, any property owner has to make sure that they're safe. If look at it like a sidewalk, if it's got running up and someone trips on it, they're responsible for making sure that it's safe. And I don't think that there's anything on that property right now that is actually unsafe. So I personally wouldn't worry too much about it more than I would worry about a sidewalk in front of my house. You know, making sure that people don't set up their tents
Mm-hmm.
on that property is kind of the best thing you can do.
Okay, I have other questions, but I don't know if folks have more on the plaza. Anything?
You said it was 20 feet from the edge of the parking lot?
Wow, 15.
So another 20 feet of the plaza. So that's that first stripe of
It goes up to about
brick.
halfway through the caboose. Yeah.
Halfway to. Go Mavs.
You have a question about the plaza piece? Okay, Councilmember McLean, sorry, I'm doing all the things, sorry.
Thank you, Governor. Mayor. Could you talk through the logic behind putting the onus on the property owner to delineate versus the city doing that?
Well,
wow.
Sorry? Yeah, I mean, so the DDA, like we can't, unless it's like through grants, we can't really spend money on private property. Right? So
Right, but there's a line
there
right,
is-
beyond which people shouldn't go. We're publishing, I think, a map that's going to show people's private property within the boundaries, but in fact going to tell them, but you can't go here.
I mean, we said that we would work on a solution. I haven't made a decision saying that they need to do it.
I think it need not cost a lot of money.
I mean, yeah.
But that would also be cutting off. I mean, this is the thing where the caboose. So basically, one of the places where, I mean, I don't know, anytime I'm in that space, people are on the caboose. It's a much loved location. But the line here would cut off part of the caboose. So, and it's just sidewalk. So part of it is just sidewalk and the caboose. So that's the reason why I was saying if it's about what looks like very small space, but it looks like it's just part of an overall plaza location, I can understand not setting up tents and things, but to say that people wouldn't walk there, I mean, I don't know. Like, I feel like you have to if you really don't want people in that space, you have to separate it. That's why people put up fences, right? And so I feel like you would need some kind of delineation. But then if that's also the case, then it would really be like you can be on the front half of the caboose, but not on the rear part of the caboose.
Side by the street.
Or on the,
Well,
so, and then, I mean,
The risk also, I mean, the risk rate, without having some sort of delineation there right now, people can walk out of a bar after having 5 drinks and walk across it. And it's the same risk as I think if we had a social district over it. So if they truly do not want people walking on that, that's up to them. But I don't think that there's increased risk of at all. I mean, like I said, we would make sure that, I mean, not we, but the city who rents out the plaza for special events might be very more specific on saying, don't put your tents over here. But I don't think anything really changes. I mean,
And I don't think I disagree with that. I really just wanted to better understand, if there were thoughts, ideas, resolution around this. 'Cause I think it's more than just the social district. It's an issue because of the private property
yeah,
in general.
I know the city's talked to the property owner before about doing a property swap as well. When we were doing the plaza redesign, they weren't interested in that, but
I mean, it might be the same question. So, go ahead.
all right. So I have a couple of questions, but let me see which ones might not be. One of the things I just wanted to say, so one, in general, I'm in support of social districts, but that's because I like to drink outside and do other things outside. I like to be outside. So in general, I am in support, and I've seen them in other places. Usually they're in their downtown areas. And I saw that downtown was named in here, but Depot Town is not our downtown. I'm sure even in Ann Arbor, it's probably downtown. It's probably not in, one of those other areas. So I guess a question I have when, because I feel like, I mean, we might have even talked about social districts some time ago, but of course, the idea of it, I thought would be downtown, in part because the other things of what I've experienced with social districts is that makes them really powerful for a space is that it extends the amount of time somebody's in a space to go to other things, to go to other recreational activities that aren't with the bar, that aren't at the restaurant. Whereas Depot Town is very heavy in those things, and the other kind of retail there isn't necessarily open across those days and times, which I notice as I'm in that space a lot. So most of our not other recreational things are also downtown, like where you can go to this class or you go to this thing, putter, putt, all those different things are downtown that would actually extend a person's stay in our city and spend more money here, as opposed to my feeling is that most of the people, they're going to be going to the same places they would already go to, but be able to walk on the street. So that's a question I have, which is why Depot Town? Why not downtown? And how do we imagine that this would really serve what I think of as like some of the base like benefit of a social district? And also like the idea of extending to downtown. So that's one question. Yeah.
Okay. So you kind of talked about Ann Arbor there. Ann Arbor started on, I believe they started on Main Street. They expanded to State Street. So you can walk from the Main Street district to the State Street district. I think just like up Liberty. And
that's where all their best food is. I'm just saying it's true.
And so the reason why Depot Town and not downtown is simply we had a Depot Town business owner say, bar owner say, I want this, and I want to see this happen in Depot Town, and so that's
so yeah. So then from the city's
so can I add to that though, because that was a part of the discussion. It was also as like a pilot process. So one of the things that was brought up by the business owner was that because Depot Town is kind of confined in a way, it's a good place to pilot it, try it out. And then there was interest there. And then we could add the downtown district once this has been rolled out and tried. And that was some of the discussion that was had amongst the business owners that were at the table, was like a pilot process.
We have that. The looming bridge closure is another big one. Everyone is a little freaked about that. So trying to make Depot Town a little bit more of a destination. Hey, we go here to hang out outside. Getting folks a little bit used to that ahead of the closure. Because they've reported to me, I wasn't here in the 80s, but they reported to me when it closed, the bridge closed, that it was devastating. And so obviously we can't see exactly what's going to happen. We won't be able to. We want to do as much as we can, and this is just a small piece of that. And we also hope, I hope too that if I have some downtown business owners, bar owners, I'm not going to force this on them. But if they were to say, hey, I think we want to do this, I would be ready to kind of take this as a template and go. I would encourage that it would be somehow touching the Depot Town one, because I want people to not get in their cars to go from one to So if you're going, if you're at MASH and then let's go to Taproom, guys, like this is a great way to have a walk. So, and different communities have different borders. Brighton has, there's down their Riverwalk, and so it is, some communities are more about outside. I'm piloting this just down in Depot Town because I don't know what the feeling would be of including parks or something like that.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, like, I think that's really where you get the people staying and it not just being like, yeah, so that's helpful. Well, anyway, I think it's going to be, I think that there's a challenge. I do think it's going to be a challenge. It's kind of like, because, I wonder if that means that the other merchants, does that mean that they're going to be open more? Is that going to change what their hours are? Because to me, like if you kind of go out and you're just going to the same places anyway, and everything is still closed around you. Like that's not going to draw me to the area anymore. Whereas if we want this to draw people today. So anyway, that's I just like
I totally get that.
yeah.
And right now we're hoping that this is going to draw in new events. Like, we had a comment say like, oh, the plaza's not ready to have people just standing there with plastic cups. I mean, yeah, on a regular day, I mean, it'd be kind of weird to get a whole group of people and just stand in the middle of the plaza with plastic cups. But the whole point is that this would, I mean, this is a big thing for events. So the businesses are really going to have most of those sales during events. Now, during a regular night, they might have some sales, but if you go to downtown Ann Arbor on a Tuesday night, you're not going to necessarily see a lot of people. I mean, I haven't seen anybody with a social district cup, but the option is there. Like if you're told you have a 45-minute wait, oh, okay, now I'm going to grab a drink and maybe walk and do some window shopping and all that. But it's really to attract more events that might be like, hey, let's put picnic tables out in the plaza and have some sort of gathering here. We don't have to provide the alcohol if you choose to. You can go there and get it, but we have this thing happening here.
I did see some people's questions around traffic continuing with this, which I agree with because, well, you all already know how I feel about cars, but I do feel that we would need, I don't even know, like when we're talking about signage, like how to enhance, like people are just going to be in the street, y'all. Like when you enter into this field, like slow down. So I feel like that's going to be necessary too, because people are going to be even less looking for vehicles. My second like big major part of questions is around the fee. This was also something like when I saw that fee, it looked it was like it's so low. And even and just to say, like I know someone was talking about like, oh, like, I know we reiterate this all the time that our fees are not to bring revenue, it's to cover costs. But I also feel like the costs, I don't know that the fees are covering them. In it, there's this conversation, and you all know how I feel about this idea of getting to decide who gets to be drunk in public. And I know you said this isn't about being drunk in public. But there's a specific line in here. Public safety officers will be utilized to enforce the hours of operations and commons areas boundaries when necessary and appropriate, which seems like it's necessary and appropriate probably all the time. So that to me, when I see that, sounds like we're going to be trying to have the police kind of in the area walking around, making sure. So that's a fee that we have. And then there's also, and then the thing about the cups, which I also have a lot of questions about, just because it's a lot of trash. What you're talking about is like every time someone has a drink, they need a new piece of trash. And the idea that doesn't create extra work, when I already know people in Depot Town talk about they don't have enough recycling and trash now. So this seems like it will definitely be an additional like trash pickups that we'll be having to do, which also come with more fees. I mean, I don't know if that, I just like, I don't know if that's, so anyway, so it just seems like even for the cost, it seems like, what is the trash plan? I didn't see, but I couldn't really see a lot of the actual information about what the plan. So trash is a big one. And I don't know why can't the cups be reusable, but and how does this proposed fee cover the cost that will come with additional police presence, trash pickup, and probably other things along the way?
So I determined the fee. It was based off other jurisdictions that had that. They talked about doing an annual fee of $50 or an upfront fee for $500. And I thought it would make more sense with a $50 fee annually with each participating business paying it. But I'm not married to that fee. It can be increased.
What would you say, based on what I just shared, when you think about it, I just want to be clear, like, 'cause I don't want to just arbitrarily throw out numbers, But when you were talking about like, am I reading it correctly that there would probably be a need for more public safety officers in the area, as well as thinking about trash and other things that will be needed to upkeep that space in order for it to be ready for all these events?
During events, there's going to be an increased police presence regardless. And if you're having an event, you need a trash plan. If this is just going to be a Friday night, I don't think it's going to have as large an impact as if it were Pride.
I mean, I don't know. I see these garbages like on a weekend or some of these things. I mean, okay, so maybe we disagree about that. Like people have said even during COVID when there was a lot of things, there was a lot of trash. I see a lot of trash all the time. We've had conversations about some of the public trash receptacles. So anyhow, so it's hard because I don't know what goes into that fee. It just looks really low compared to other ones. And when thinking about what this might do and what the cost would be, I just feel like the costs are more than that. But
Yeah, and I think just to add, that's what part of my question was about the fee in terms of those pieces. I understand during events, they're already going to have a public safety plan and a trash plan, but I do think that there is an influx of like trash. It's so funny to say it like that, but trash that's gonna be out in the community. And I know that we have like fees for other things that are much more than this that are like the liability is less. I know the city is liability for folks drinking, but the idea that we are then allowing folks to traverse Depot Town with beverages, I'm like, that to me is a liability. I see it as a liability. So I think there's costs incurred with that. That's the only thing that we can do. I don't know.
Sure, we're not going to be adding insurance as a result of this. So there's not going to be a financial impact there.
Yeah, if someone is overserved at one of these businesses or it is on the business's license, so they have
shop laws.
Yep.
And that takes me to another question. I don't want to like squirrel and pivot too far, but Councilmember Simmons was asking about like cups not being able to be reused, and I understand why, but I also want to understand like what is the responsibility of the business to make sure like that they're not allowing someone to come in and do that. What happens if they did?
So I mean, yeah, this would be a lot of business training, is making sure like you don't refill a cup that is brought into you. That's just basic,
But wait, why? What do you say? You understand why?
No, I understand why they don't want them to be reused, because you don't want folks coming in like a different day, because they're supposed to be dated, aren't they? And
Yeah. So
there's a lot.
Well, I know there's different ways you can have like
pieces of it. I mean, it's kind of gross, right? Like, and like food safety, but one of the big, it's an MLCC rule that it has to be
a new cup,
a reusable cup, or not reusable. That's
cup.
not a reusable cup. There are some communities that are challenging this and want to have, be able to be like sell like,
like merch.
Yeah, DDA cups that like you can buy and you can bring this in, and that's just not there yet. But there are communities talking about that, because no one likes that much.
I understand based on what we discussed with MLCC saying that we cannot do that. So I understand that part. But what is like the accountability measure for businesses?
So they are encouraged to write the date on the sticker that they have, and even an initial of the bartender or who served, so that it doesn't get reused. There's going to be, in any situation, people can figure out ways around anything, and that still is not something that you're supposed to do, but not really a reason to not do it at all.
Yeah.
And their accountability is going to be around their liquor license. So if they're constantly violating protocol for this, MLCC would be notified and they would do an investigation.
And I wanted to reiterate too, where because I went to Bonnie and I talked about, okay, there might be increased trash on a regular Monday through Friday. I don't anticipate. If there is like, wow, there's a lot of cups, like that's great. That means a lot of people are using it, but I don't anticipate a whole lot of that. Special events, totally different story. But we talked about having the special event be responsible for providing X amount more of those cardboard trash bins or recycling bins, or using the no waste group as well. So that would take up that cost. And I spoke to the police chief, and he had spoken to quite a few other police chiefs that have this, and it isn't necessarily increased foot traffic for public safety officers either. Of course, during events, that's a different story, but the event is kind of covering the cost for that. Well,
We talked about it. I reached out to him about it too, just to better understand impact.
I've been looking at what the costs are in other communities, and this is exactly what Brighton does, a $50 and then $50 annually. A lot more will just do like $100 or $200 once.
Once for forever?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, I would also, if it's going to be an annual, I would ask that it's a smaller fee, obviously. But yeah, it's just, I think these other communities are trying to be business friendly to encourage.
Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, just related to the trash discussion. So I was just looking at our fee schedule for trash removal, and we are asking for $250 plus 15%, or $100 per cubic yard of bag trash. And so I don't know, just with those considerations, because I agree, there's probably going to be some increases to trash. I think that the fee should go up for that reason, and also for the revenue that some people in public comment brought up too. So I don't know if there's interest to raise the fee, but I think at least $100 a year would make it a little bit more reciprocal for the city needing to take more trash out, and for revenue.
Thank you. Further discussion? Councilmember King?
So I can't remember, during COVID, did we have social districting?
So no, they didn't quite. That's when they started these in other communities. So what we had on Washington, like Washington Street is a good example, is the DDA and the city closed the street down. And then places like the Ipsy Ale House were able to pull their liquor license extension out. Like they were able to license an area. So it was a special license, kind of like events do. And so you were only able to have Ipsy Ale House beverages within the confines of that, but you couldn't go anywhere else. So it kind of, but this would be a lot more. This is like that, but evolved over the years.
Okay.
We did have full street closures during COVID in Depot Town. And yeah, they were able to work with MLCC to extend their licenses so that they could have larger serving areas. But yeah, you weren't able to wander around. And that's something too I've heard from some Depot Town folks, is that they do want to see not full closures, but maybe in the summer, once a week, a few times a month, have a closure, like they did during the pandemic.
And the reason I asked is I just wanted to know, how did it go when we did have a partial?
So I think that was, I wouldn't really compare the two, because I mean it went well for in Depot Town, it went very well. And a lot of the businesses really enjoyed it. Their sales were up, and people were able to do all the social distancing and everything.
Just kind of crunching numbers, as far as I was thinking, well, a lot of these businesses are selling drinks between $10 and $15 a drink, so it would be about 6 to 7 drinks to cover a $100 fee. And so I it's very, very low barrier for that sort of thing. So I would like to motion to amend the fee to $100 a year if there's support for it.
Support. Been moved by Councilmember Fellows, supported by Councilmember Simmons to move the fee to $100. Discussion? Mayor Pro Tem?
I was thinking more.
Yeah.
I really was.
Hey, 200,
What are you thinking?
Like 250, man. It's like-
250 is the trash fee. Hey,
I mean, that's covering the entire trash. I don't know about that. That's like, you know.
there's a number of. I'm cool with 100.
Discussion? You have some, raise your hand up. Councilmember, please.
Simply going to say, I think we want these to happen, so as the.
Yeah, I want it to be a barrier.
They want it, they'll pay for it.
No, they won't. All right, discussion? Call the roll on the amendment, please.
Councilmember Fellows,
yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
No.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson. The amendment carries.
So we're on the amended resolution. Mayor Pro Tem?
Thank you for the presentation. I enjoyed our conversation about this before it got here. You mentioned, so I agree with a lot of stuff that's already been said in terms of, the increased traffic and increased need for services and things like that. We'll see how that goes. That can be monitored. Some of the concerns I have are, the term over-serving. It's one thing to monitor somebody about over-serving when they're in your establishment, but as soon as you give them the drink and let them go, it's like, how do you monitor that? And so when they come back up for the next drink, you have to make that assessment, right? It seems like there should be a lower threshold in these things than somebody sitting in your establishment where you got some control over what's going on. But I don't know how you would implement that.
I mean,
Enforce it, right?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at certain bars now inside that are large and inside, they don't have eyes on you the whole time that you're
Yep.
in their establishment, and then you come back to the bar. They have to make an assessment, and hopefully they have their tip certified or taps. I don't know what it is. I'm not in the industry anymore. To be able to reassess every time. Are you okay to get another one?
I was just looking at the boundaries of this and trying to figure out why they were the way they were, but it's the backs of those properties, and the Outfitters isn't involved in this. It didn't look like that was being included.
Which one?
The Outfitters right on the river by the
Oh,
bridge.
Yeah, I mean, so these maps are pretty it's like the district. It doesn't
Yep.
mean that you can go drink inside of Schultz, but that's the area.
They also, a couple of things that I brought up when we talked before is, how do we contain this? Because we're talking about, marking boundaries, things like that. I see people walking, I foresee people walking into Frog Island with these cups, right? And it's just like, that's going to be,
Oh, yeah.
that's going to be really common. They can walk out of, not the name names, but the bar that's right next to the entrance to Frog Island, right? And do that. We had talked about, and I think Desiree had touched on this too, in terms of, the law is no public drunkenness, but this seems like a class is set up for two different standards for people drinking on the street, and I've always had that concern in our private conversation. And then the other thing that I brought up was, cannabis consumption. It's like we're doing this for alcohol. There has been concerns for renters who live in smoke-free buildings that they don't have a place to do this, and maybe it's one step at a time. But I think that's kind of another double standard in terms of and I know people will say it doesn't deter people now, but it's a concern.
might be talking about it here, but maybe not for Depot Town. I don't know. Somewhere. I wanted to touch on what did I want to touch on? Oh yeah, I mean I think there's also a level of you know, I'm a person that when I'm walking around, I might, be looking at my feet and I won't see I mean, we're gonna have signs that are supposed to be clear and obvious, and not everyone's always gonna see a sign and just walk right past it. And so there has to be some sort of grace with, everyone as well. Do they cross the line and then get shocked? No, that's not gonna happen. But like, I think that there will be hopefully some leeway, especially with the PDs out there that they're like, hey, notice these signs rather than, something else. So, yeah, I mean, there's again, like, I mean, these same issues are probably questions that were brought in front of 144 other councils. And so yeah, until I don't really know how to really answer that, but
No, I'm
I don't
voicing it
know.
as a concern.
Right?
It's something we talked about. I didn't have a solution.
Self-risk assessment, right? Like when you do anything.
And I have comments. So one thing, I can't remember if we talked about this when we did talk, but since, the DDA district extends down River Street and there's business there, the co-op, Ipsy Automotive Heritage Museum, Vertex, I don't know if Original Moxie's still there, but why not have that part of the social district as well?
So we were sticking to around the areas where the establishments are. The boundary needs to be adjacent to where there are two establishments. And so in the very beginning, and I think some other communities really took that literally, and they discluded some people that they didn't need to disclude. So when we created the map, we were kind of just thinking about the businesses that are right on the cross street. Now, I do believe we could extend it over that way. We just don't have an establishment down there. So it is one of those things that, I mean, I'm not opposed to putting it down there too, just for more of a walking experience.
Yeah, that might be more inclusive of like the museum if people want to get a drink and go do that, or any of the other businesses. So I think if we have a social district, I would want it to include most of the business district in that area. So if there's support for that, I might change that as well. And one of the other questions we did talk about was, Riverside Park. Maybe not now, obviously, but as a potential place for a social district, because the examples I've seen in other communities has been to have them in parks. And so that would make it contiguous with connecting downtown. So that's something I'm interested in if we're going to move forward with this. One thing I've thought about a little bit is the train. Like, is there more consideration around the fact that people are going to be going across the train tracks with drinks? I know it's the same kind of thing, follow the law, can't be drunk, et cetera, but we're kind of encouraging more foot traffic across the train track.
Yeah, I mean, we just have it on that one intersection too, so we didn't include if you look at the map, it doesn't include that whole wonky intersection where people don't know whether they can cross or not. And so we just have it on that one crossing. And that was my consideration for it. Like, of course, there's a concern for it, but no one would be able to do much more than sway off. They're not allowed to just go down the tracks, right? But yeah, I get there is a concern. I don't really have a answer for that.
Understood. I don't know if any of us have great answers for this. So my comment is really, I am a bit conflicted about the whole thing. I imagine there's support for it to pass. So I'm, trying to just make some changes if it does pass. I think I'm more amenable to social district for like seasonal licenses for New Year's Eve or Pride or some of these big events, just to do more seasonal licenses and see how that goes. But I also understand that a lot of social districts aren't necessarily used a lot. And it's merely just make it easier for businesses to have events seasonally and not jump through hoops with the city government. So I understand why the businesses want it. But again, you know, with the seasonal licenses, then there's some leverage with the city to say like, okay, we'll give you this license. We'd like to see this with the event or whatever. So I'm kind of more supportive of that. And I think the other thing I wanted to uplift, which is something the pro tem brought up too, is just, you know, tonight I'm wearing a anti-gentrification sweatshirt, and I didn't plan it for this conversation, but I think while I just feel like if I'm going to wear this, I should comment on the social equity issue too, because there has been hostility from the business community toward the alcohol and drug use associated with recipients of the Daytime Warming Center at the Freight House, which is in Depot Town. And so I am concerned about being supportive of something like this while there's such a juxtaposition of conditions of some people that can afford $15 drinks walking around enjoying their time, and other people that cannot afford that won't be participating with the social district, but will be treated hostilely if they're hanging out in the area. And so if I do see an uptick of police reporting against patrons of the Freight House and the Daytime Warming Center, like that would be a reason why I would want to revisit this.
Only doing events only at the DDA. I give them two options. One of the reasons they opted for a full-time social district is more so also speaking to you know, employee training to keep it consistent. Also saying, hey, today is a day that we do it. Today is not. Is today could just end up being more issues, questions than just having it full-time. So that's.
What I just want to, it talks about like there's this whole process for applying, but then also we have a map that has everybody on it already. So it almost feels like, I mean, like, could we even say no? Like, I don't know. It seems like it's created with these 8 businesses already.
Oh, so like the map here, so the district would be more the outline that you're approving, not the businesses within it. So this is just showing what it would look like. Any of these businesses can just they don't have to do this. And so we don't know what that's gonna be. I heard that there might be another licensee coming, and so we would have to make those changes too. So it would be ever changing depending, and also, you know, Aubrey's could move out and someone else could come in, and that would have to change. So it's more of just a visual here of what it would look like and why we are making the district the way it is based on who's currently in operation.
Is there anything behind that example?
I have to pick one every time, and I don't. Yeah,
You want to change it up.
I don't get to pick on Andy enough, so.
So, and then this question to the thing around the River Street, you know, because you were saying that we don't have, I can't remember the word you used, but like, because it's basically saying that there's not a bar that's right there.
Yeah, I just didn't, you know, it wasn't, when we talked about it, that wasn't part of the conversation. And it's something that, you know, it could be, I know
And
that
would those businesses have to, yeah, would they have to say like we're interested?
about it, that, hey, does anything change for us? But they're not they're not a business that can sell these beverages. And yeah, so, I mean, I see if it did go down River Street, I probably still wouldn't encourage, it would kind of look like, you know, just kind of going down probably to Hyperion over there and then extending to Vertex. Vertex isn't in our DDA district, unfortunately, but I mean, I think they can.
Oh, I see.
They can still participate. I'd have to ask.
Okay.
Pretty sure they can still
Yeah.
participate.
I only, the reason I'm thinking about those spaces because they have dedicated outside sitting space, both so that's one of the things about the coffee shops is that they have actual places you can sit outside.
Yeah. I mean, and
Although I
and
guess
again,
you're not
also-
supposed to bring in.
Also, it's
Well.
private property, so it would
Mhm.
also be up to.
Yeah, they would have to opt
I'd
in.
have to talk
Yeah.
to them and
Yeah,
see.
yeah. I don't know if they would like that, but cool.
Councilmember Fellows?
I imagine Vertex will opt out because they're like doing more of sober space kind of thing. But I wanted to move to extend the eastern part of the social district to the eastern edge of the DDA boundaries. So that would include the museum, I think standard printing, Hyperion, that area. If there's support for that.
And just for clarification, would this also include the Vertex side?
I think it includes well, the DDA district doesn't include Vertex.
Exactly. So, I mean, it doesn't have to.
I wouldn't push for it because I think they're gonna probably opt out anyway. But I mean, it could include Vertex.
Yeah, because that's all is I don't know if the social district is confined to a DDA like boundary as well. And if it can go outside of it, that's something I would check, but I haven't.
Or it can include Vertex as well.
Yeah, just the businesses.
Councilmember Fellows, support from Councilmember Tucson. Discussion of the amendment?
This is just to explain. Can you show me, Steve?
Sure, it's just going down here.
You have a question? Councilmember McLean?
So basically this will be like where if you're finishing your drink, you've got a longer time to finish it before you walk down to Michigan Ave. Right?
Walk down to Michigan Ave.
To Michigan Ave,
Oh,
down Rivers.
Down Rivers.
Yeah. Because there's not like
So when do the
There's
cups
alcohol.
get collected?
right.
You have to throw your
Away. Yeah, but okay. And it's public trash cans in that
there.
route?
Not
Stops here,
Wait,
goes over to Tom's.
not.
But
There's no public trash cans.
the amendment is to bring it down,
Like
both sides of you.
further down you get, it's residential, and then you have KFC. Yeah,
There's a trash can at the co-op.
there's one right closer to Depot. Town,
I have no
further you get down.
There's a recycle bin and a trash can.
Doing something like this. I'm not opposed to the idea of the social district. I'm not opposed to the idea of changing its boundaries per se, but I do worry that doing something like this on the fly could lead to other unintended consequences. So you talked about whether or not somebody that's outside of the DDA boundary could be there. That's an issue. Are there other private property issues like the one we've already got in the existing district that might show up? So I would just urge some caution on, it seems like something that we've had discussions already about taking it beyond just Depot Town. We can do that at some point in the future, but we've got a proposal before us right now. I would just urge caution.
You want a friendly amendment taking Vertex out?
Yes, I'd be in favor of taking Vertex out.
Okay.
Earlier questions that I didn't ask. The map shows that it's the boundaries of it are the boundaries of the establishments on Cross Street. So it goes to the back of their property. And so they've been in the lot when all right, lost the name. Where Vertex was when it was open before and they had alcohol. The people on Photo Street were not at all happy. They were often really kind of ticked off about that situation. So I'm trying to kind of understand what that boundary is on the back of, say, Mays and the sidetrack. The sidetrack owns a parking lot down there. Does that included in it? And if so, how does that impact the people on Photo Street?
Yeah, so the boundary kind of extends to where the back of where the parking lot would end for sidetrack because they're one of the establishments, right? So they're in the district. So it doesn't quite necessarily show that, but when I was out there with the sign guy looking at potential spots to put these signs, I mean, there would be a sign that in this iteration would say, you stop right basically where the Love Stand is the end of the social district. But then if you were on Cross Street and you went down Nindy, it would be kind of like parallel to that, kind of like halfway. So like Nindy is still part of it, so you can still kind of get to where you're going, but it doesn't go all the way down to Photo Street. But yeah, it would be, I think in this case you would be able to how you could probably like walk from the patio of my Maze to Nindy to get to the front.
With the plaza?
No.
I think that got discussed and then kind of went, it's just like, I think it's an imposition on the property owner to have to do that. If we do it from the outside of and I think that's a reasonable solution to that problem.
I don't know how to, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
I've based this map off of like what a lot of other communities have been doing, and it's clear that you're not the social district. I mean, you're not gonna assume that you can just go drink in the back of a parking lot and behind a building, but maybe somebody will. But like, I just how do you really draw that boundary? I think in the plan that we have also, and maybe there's a way to make this map look just a little bit more clear, because the operations plan says what the commons area is, which is the sidewalks, the crosswalks, the Freight House Plaza, the alleyway that goes to the Freight House Plaza, and we can include minus the 1/3 of the plaza. But that's really what the common area is. And when the streets are closed, it's the streets. So it doesn't include everything else, but you're really kind of getting that visually is going to be a challenge.
Councilmember King,
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
No.
Mayor Brown,
No.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
No.
Motion fails.
We're on the original resolution. Further discussion.
Wait, I do have one more.
Councilmember Fellows?
I do. Has there been, I guess, a fee related to special events attached to this, or is it just through our regular special events fee schedule?
It would be through regular special events schedule.
It'll be included in the fees. It'll be added. It's in the fee schedule later in the agenda, but I'm going to ask for that to be pulled. There's some things that were missing from the last update.
And I think like if you want to expand to like on December 31st to 1 a.m. or expand into the plaza, that there.
Yeah, that would have.
Something that you guys sort out on
Yeah, that would.
event side.
Mhm.
Okay, so
That would be on the event.
So if no one pulls a permit for a special event on New Year's, there probably still will be an influx of trash. So I guess that's just one thing I also want to name too.
I mean, yeah, if someone wants that extension, so okay, we don't want it to end at 10, we want it to end at 1 a.m. I think that could be put into special events, like an extra cost to the event to cover those extra things.
I'd probably put something in the events ordinance, but we'd have to think about that, how to do that properly.
All right, I just want to name that as a thing to think through in the future. Holidays will probably, if no one pulls a special event, will still incur costs on the city side.
Member Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
No.
Councilmember King.
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. Can we have a motion to extend the meeting because we know we're gonna need it?
I move to extend the meeting to 11 o'clock.
Support. Moved and supported. All in favor of extending to 11 p.m., please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Roads are gonna get icy, so
Yeah.
tonight.
Yeah. Okay. Councilmember McLean.
Mayor, if it pleases the group, I would move to move up resolution 2025-246, an appointment to the front of the line for right now. If the rest of the group is open to that, the applicant has been waiting patiently this entire time, and we dispense with all other business for others who are waiting.
Or
She's been very patient.
Supported. All in favor?
Aye.
Councilmember King, you have then 246.
Oh. The city of Ypsilanti, that the following resident be appointed to the city of Ypsilanti boards and commissions as indicated below. Ingrid, Planning Commission, with a term expiring May 1st, 2027. I so move.
Been moved by Councilmember King, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Anybody have anything they want to share? Who brought forth? Councilmember McLean?
Just mention this highly qualified, experienced person looking to engage with the community, and appreciate her being here this evening. We don't always have our applicants here, but she is, again, waited patiently. Certainly support the nomination.
Councilmember Fellows? I saw you both, so.
Either way.
all right. I got to meet with Ingrid. We had a great conversation. I'm sure we might pick it up another time. Talked about kind of frameworks for development in communities. And so I'm interested to see how that conversation continues on the Planning Commission. And I am excited to see Ingrid appointed to the commission. I do want to note that this will be, I think, like the 6th Ward 2 person. So that's not like a barrier for me to like completely adhere to ward balance, but I do think it's something to note just for our next appointment. Hopefully we can get somebody from Ward 1 or Ward 3 so we can start getting representation from other parts of the city as well. But thank you, Ingrid, for bringing your application in.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I was going to bring up the same thing. You know, this was one of the things. So I met Ingrid and spoke with her, and I had a great conversation. Brought this up to her that we were already Ward 2 heavy, and suggested that she have a conversation with Ward 3 because they were actually down a seat. So sounds like that went very well. Ingrid showed up for the last planning commission meeting and was there for that. And so I think it's a great addition. I'm really glad to see that you're interested in doing this. So thanks.
Thank you. Any further comments? Please call the roll.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Welcome. Yep,
Congratulations.
that's cool. All right.
See you next week.
Councilmember Tucson, you have 243.
I indeed do. Resolution number 2025-243 resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the minutes of the November 18, 2025 regular City Council meeting be approved, and I so move.
Clerk right now, but it's been moved and supported. Councilmember McLean. Call the roll.
No, sorry.
Oh, Councilmember Fellows, sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to confirm, I sent a very minor amendment to the clerk and I didn't get a response. So I was wondering if you received it for the minutes.
Oh, yes, I did.
It's just, my vote was changed from, no to yes. And so just,
I'm sorry, I meant to respond to you, yes.
no, it's okay.
But we are,
We're on the minute.
sorry.
Uh,
Can you,
3? Yep.
can you tell me who offered and supported? Sorry.
Offered by
Just
Christine
teams it to
Tucson.
you.
Oh, thank
Huh?
you.
I just told her.
Appreciate it.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Ready for me to?
Yes, please.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons. Sorry. Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Pleasure.
Thank you. Bless you. Councilmember McLean, you have 244.
Thank you, Mayor. Resolution 2025-244, resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti. Now therefore be it resolved that ordinance number 1456, an ordinance to amend Chapter 2 Administration, Article 5 Finance, Division 2 Funds, Subdivision 5 Budget Stabilization Fund be approved upon second and final reading. I so move.
Support.
By Councilmember McLean, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. Yeah, that's all you, buddy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm not going to belabor this one at all, but I'm happy to take questions if there are any. We've talked about this process for quite a while. This is a logical next step to fiscal stability for this city, and I think it's a great step forward for the city, for the council. I support it.
City Manager?
I was working on this earlier today and I have a proposed amendment to make it a little bit more clear. I'm going to email it to council right now and then describe it. Okay. Send it. Okay, so instead of going down to 81, 282, it makes more sense just to have 2-281 procedures and then funds may be removed. The budget stabilization fund through the normal appropriation process for any of the following three circumstances, then A, B, and C, and then or, and then D. So it's a little bit more clear that this is one procedure rather than separate acts.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm.
Can you read it one more time or you can?
Yeah, I'm gonna send it right now. Same thing, it's just, it's
formatting.
Yeah, it's just.
Mm-hmm.
Screen fire by any chance?
At last meeting, I said I would come with some proposed amendments. So one is just like a preamble to the whole thing, so it describes what it is, and it's a one sentence preamble, which is the purpose. The Budget Stabilization Fund is established to provide the financial stability of the city during periods of significant unforeseen revenue shortfalls or economic distress, ensuring continuity of essential public services. Use of this fund is intended to be a measure of last resort, is a second sentence if we want to add that. But I could not find it anywhere that there is a preamble to this. I think it was mentioned that there was one, but I checked with staff and I didn't see anything, so that's why I'm offering something to describe what the ordinance does. If anyone has
Support?
back.
Oh, was that, were you trying to offer it or are you?
Oh, yeah, I do offer it.
Was that support, Councilmember Simmons?
Email this as well.
I support the preamble, yeah.
Okay. So it's been moved by Councilmember Fellows, supported by Councilmember Simmons. Discussion. Councilmember McLean,
I'm comfortable with it.
thank you. Is that a hand there, Jim, or?
Well, I'm looking at our Muni code for, yes, it is.
Okay.
I'm looking at the Muni code and section 2-281 and 282 and 283 are already there.
Be there.
Yeah.
Or is there a preamble though?
No.
All right. So I was trying to look at where the rest of this, because this is just part of the rainy day fund, but I don't.
This goes to, it would be in Article 5 Finance Division 2 Funds, and it ends at 281. Reserved 259 to 280.
Article 5 Finance.
Yeah, Chapter 2 Administration, Article 5 Finance, Division 2 Funds, and then it would be Subdivision 5 after the Workers' Compensation Fund.
Right now, this says contractors in default to the city is 281. 282 is lowest responsible bidder defined, and 283 through 295.
Yeah, you're in the procurement. You're not in the right section.
Article 5 Finance.
So you
in.
It would be in Chapter 2 Administration,
Mhm.
Article 5 Finance, Division 2 Funds. There's
two. I see. Gotcha.
Section 2.
It'd be Division 2, subdivision would now be 5. Article 6 is the contracts and purchasing.
Anyone, or we know what it is?
If you could one more time, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Purpose. The Budget Stabilization Fund is established to provide for the financial stability of the city during periods of significant unforeseen revenue shortfalls or economic distress, ensuring continuity of essential public services. Use of this fund is intended to be a measure of last resort.
B 2-281.
I'll let you.
Thank you. That would help. I got.
The number adjustment 2-281.
Yeah.
All right.
Procedure, the 2-282. And I have emailed that out to council if they wanted to look over it.
Amendment from Councilmember Fellows.
The preamble.
Preamble. Further discussion? All right, please call the vote.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
The amendment carries.
Thank you. Now. Next. Andrews.
Oh, Andrews.
yes. That you sent out. Where is it?
Currently, so it's the exact same in substance, but instead of going 2-281 and then like each one would be a different section, I just put it all under the same section and it just A, B,
C or D.
C
Oh.
or D.
Okay.
It makes it, when I was listening to it earlier and there's like the confusion of
Mhm.
it's different, I think this makes it a little bit more easy to understand.
Formatting.
Support.
It's supported by Councilmember Simmons. Any discussion? Okay, please call the roll.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean, Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
The amendment carries.
Thank you. So we're on the amended ordinance again. Anything else for the discussion? Councilmember Fellows?
Yeah, one of the considerations was around just transparency and some accountability for why we are doing things. And so a written report for any trigger of this ordinance that includes a memo from the finance director that states the data, methodology, and assumptions used to make the projection, which is something I would expect the finance director to do anyway, but I just want to make it explicit so that it's an expectation and that the public can also expect it. And I can, okay.
Support.
Wait, can you say it again?
Yes. I guess it would be under procedures. So it would be there must be a detailed memo from the public memo from the finance director, which shall include the data, methodology, and assumptions used to make the projection.
Councilmember Fellows, that one of the three does explicitly already require that
Report.
the third requires that it be in writing, yes. But I have no objection. I would imagine that we would want that. We would be asking those questions anyway. Making it explicit is consistent with the spirit of the legislation.
Okay. Further discussion on the amendment?
Factors I could add in there too, but I didn't know how much to include or not.
Painting a broad brush, you're requiring less language and
Mhm.
less debate over interpretation if it ever comes to it.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, again.
Just having a catch-all phrase to Councilor, if catch-all phrase with Councilmember Fellows'
Amendment.
amendment to say, in any other information council may require in its deliberations.
You're saying in addition to
Mhm.
what's being put forward?
Option to ask for anything else.
Yeah,
Okay.
you keep all your options open at the time, which to her point, I think would probably be critical
Mm-hmm.
when you have to, God forbid, come to that point of deliberation.
And any other information council may require for deliberation.
Anybody want to read that fully?
Under the procedures, there must be a detailed written report with data, methodology, and assumptions, as well as any other information council may require for purposes of deliberation. Did I put it in there wrong? Used to make the last line was determination, used to make sorry, Councilmember Fellows, your last line, your last word, I think I missed.
Oh, okay.
Used to make,
Let me, so, look at this one more time. Sorry, I'm gonna look back. Or 281, as an extension to it to say, because like Councilmember McLean said, it's kind of stated in there anyway. So it's adding projections must be detailed in a public memo from the finance director to the city council, which shall include data, methodology, and assumptions, plus what the city attorney just said, used to make the projection.
And that would apply to A, B, and C.
RA?
Yes.
Okay. Sentence after funds may be removed? Or before that? Words have changed a couple of times. So I think so. I'm slightly confused. So now it's the finance director. Was it is required? Because before it was must, and the finance director shall?
Shall.
Shall. Shall provide, thank you. Shall provide a shall provide a written report. Sorry, with data, methodology, assumptions, and any other information council may require for the deliberation, for the purpose of deliberation.
Yeah, for the yeah.
Well, Yeah, assumptions used to make the projection.
Used to make the projection. Thank you. Finance director shall provide a detailed written report with data, methodology, assumptions, and any other information council may require for the purposes of deliberation used to make the projection.
On the amendment. Right, please call the roll.
Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown, Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
The amendment carries.
We are back on the amended resolution. Anything further?
To amend this, it was just something I wanted to bring up. Just a second. So some things in here are not defined. And so I was wondering if definitions would help, or something like the total annual property tax receipts. So, to define it would be, it shall mean that the actual finalized collections for the prior fiscal year compared to the projected collections for the current fiscal year. That could be one way to clarify that. Ongoing expenditures excludes capital projects, debt service, and any non-recurring expenses as defined in the adopted budget. Because ongoing expenditures is also mentioned in here without. I'm not sure if other council members think that clarity would help, or what you think, Councilmember McLean. But those are some other things I was thinking about.
I think these as finance terms are fairly clear. We might put that to the finance director.
I would say these are clear since he's away from microphone, but they're phrases and words that are used often in finance.
Because I'm not as familiar with finance, but I think some of our discussion was about, like, does this include capital projects or not? And what I heard at council was no. And so is that something that is standard in finance? Is that ongoing expenditures does not mean capital projects or debt service or non-recurring expenses? Oh, wait, finance director is back.
Good evening, Council.
Evening.
I was looking at the provision here, and it says here we're not going to include any one-time grants or one-time revenue and one-time expenditures, which are mostly like capital projects. So the intention here is we're putting in anything that's just like our normal operating revenues and normal operating expenditures.
It's recurring.
So yeah, we don't have to add anything, I don't think.
Okay, that's fine.
Further discussion? Please call the roll.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Councilmember King, you have 245.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the following resident be reappointed to the City of Ypsilanti boards and commissions as indicated below. Alexander Historic District Commission, expert with a term expiring 12/31/2028. I so move.
Support.
Moved by Councilmember King, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. That was brought by the two of you. If you say anything?
He's been in the role of chair for quite some time. He's from Ward 2, I would note. And I am sensitive to the overload in some cases. But I believe he has strong support from his, I can't say that I've spoken to people, but in general, my conversations with people on that commission, my sense is that he does a very good job, and that's been my sense in monitoring the affairs of the commission as well.
Pro Tem, anything?
I agree. He's been doing this for a while. They've been doing a great job. So.
Agreed. Further discussion? Any comments from council?
Member Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Councilmember Clean, you have 236.
Thank you, Mayor. 2025-236, resolution to make Veterans Day a holiday in Ypsilanti beginning in 2026. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas more than 41 million Americans have honorably served their country in the U.S. Army, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, and Navy, and are therefore defined as veterans, including approximately 16 million alive today. And whereas more than 1.3 million of them have died in this service, with millions of others suffering grievous injuries to both mind and body. And whereas in 1926, the United States Congress approved a resolution establishing Armistice Day as a national observance commemorating the end of World War I. And whereas in 1938, Congress enacted legislation designated November 11th as a federal holiday known as Armistice Day, dedicated to the cause of world peace. And whereas following World War II and the Korean War, Congress passed legislation in 1954 to expand the purpose of the holiday to honor all those who served in the armed forces of the United States. And whereas in October 1954, President Dwight D. Eisenhower signed the legislation officially changing the name of the holiday to Veterans Day. And whereas the City of Ypsilanti does not currently recognize Veterans Day as a holiday, and whereas Ypsilanti has had numerous citizens serve, including Medal of Honor awardee Lieutenant Colonel Charles Kettles, and whereas the unpopularity of some wars has resulted in the service of members of Army, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, and Navy being denigrated in spite of them having answered the call of their country, and whereas the willingness to place oneself in harm's way and the willingness to make the ultimate sacrifice on behalf of one's country is, in itself, meritorious, independent of the circumstances and theater in which they served. And now, therefore, be it resolved that beginning in 2026, the City of Ypsilanti recognizes and honors our veterans and celebrates Veterans Day on the 11th day of the 11th month of each year in honor and recognition of those who have served their country and were willing to make the ultimate sacrifice for these United States. And be it further resolved that the City of Ypsilanti shall honor our veterans by making the day a holiday from work for all appropriate city employees. And be it further resolved that all Ypsilanti citizens, institutions, organizations are encouraged to recognize our veterans in all appropriate ways. I so move. Or
By Councilmember McLean, supported by Councilmember Tucson. Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. I think the preamble says a lot of what I wanted to say, and the hour is late, so I'm going to keep it to a minimum here. But I think one of the main points here is that veterans put their lives on the line when they served. They were all willing to make that ultimate sacrifice for the common good. Many of them did make that sacrifice. Many of them suffered terribly during and after their service, and I think they deserve to be honored. I have no idea why Ypsilanti, through whatever reasons over time, has not included this on its list of holidays, but I think it's an oversight, and I think we ought to remedy that here and now. And so happy to take questions, but I think this is long overdue.
Discussion, Councilmember King.
I was wondering on this, be it further resolved, this says by making the day a holiday from work for all appropriate city employees. I just want more information on what exactly does that mean, all appropriate city employees? Is it all city? Is it only veterans?
Mayor and Councilmember King, I leave that up to the city manager because I think it's up to him, but I presumably, for example, police and fire are still on duty on those days, so I don't want to make a blanket statement that everyone is off of work, as I think we want our police and fire folks and perhaps others. Doesn't usually snow, but we might need snowplows that day. So whatever it is.
So it would be police, fire, and DPW would still have to work, but they would be paid as according to holidays.
Councilmember Simmons.
So I have a couple of quick comments I'll say. I think that's interesting considering that, when we got the list of the staff that are veterans, is most likely in those spaces. Like, just, yeah. So, I will say that this is a tough one for me for a couple of reasons. I agree. I mean, I think a lot of people should be honored all the time. And I also think that we should all work less, just in general, like as a starting point. I come from a family, almost my whole family are veterans. I almost joined myself as a way to escape poverty, though, which most of the people, a lot of my folks did that for that reason. And so anyway, it's complicated because I also see what happens after people serve, and that we can have holidays, but that doesn't mean that it's honoring, and that the best way to honor folks would be to remove the conditions of poverty, and inequality and inequity that is within our country. But one of my concerns with this particular one, because I've had some of these conversations with my father in particular around generational differences of who comments on his hat. He wears his fat hat every day. And so some of the language in this resolution feels shame-based. And some of the language around what people ought to do or how they show things in a certain way. I don't know why the city would necessarily put something forward in that way. It also seems strange, and again, I just am naming this around setting up something that would be recurring through a resolution. Questions about that because each time it comes forward, I'm kind of like, it seems like there should be something that we have to do to make it something that's annual. But my main question, I guess, when thinking about this at the city level versus at the federal level is that municipalities run elections. And so Veterans Day, the way it falls in November, I wonder how that would fit because when we actually have elections, there's a lot of things that are happening in a very tight window. And so having, the next Monday after an election or Tuesday, whatever, closed, feels a little wonky to me. So I guess that would be a question I have is how would this play into thinking about when we have elections and what that would look like?
I could answer that. I've always looked at Veterans Day as the election holiday. Like we got through an election, whew, we have a day off. But put that aside, the county is closed on Veterans Day. So any business that is required after the election won't happen on that day because the county is closed. In fact, this past year in November, they explained it and they made not an exception, but they made an allowance for you to turn stuff in the next day because they were closed. So it wouldn't, I think, affect us.
Mhm. And then how many days? So I know, well, I don't know. How many days, holiday days would that bring us to? And then on top of, I know the different departments and groups would have other days off and things that people have too. But yeah, how many holiday days would that bring us to?
It'd be 14. I researched actually having an ordinance to back up holidays. Every community I looked at did not do that. Everything was done by resolution.
So then just to clarify, when we've had other things that when we're like, oh, we want to, recognize this certain day, you're saying it just because it's a holiday, it doesn't need to. But when we want to recognize other things, then they can't be done just by resolution.
I don't know what you mean by that.
No, but we have to do it each year.
No, those are proclamations. Those aren't, we don't have to do that. That's just what we have historically done with Juneteenth. But the holiday is.
I was talking about things like Lomo Day. I'm just saying
Awareness Month and all that.
Yeah, or Lomo May, when it's like May comes around every year, we want to do this every year. But what we've been told is that we can't say that we want to do something annually, and that way we have to bring it back. So I'm just trying to understand.
Sure. A holiday would not be that. If you want to just do Lomo May, that's difficult for me to say. Then we don't have to bring it every year. We could just consistently do it. But it's usually we would do that to bring awareness to it. So like this, we would bring forward a proclamation, probably the first meeting in November for this. But it's not, we don't necessarily have to do something for the flags to put up, but it's something as a reminder, as an action of council to do that. But those things don't have to happen in that way. We can just always do them, but it's just a way to highlight this.
Spoke, and that number I gave you is actually 13 because the one I gave you was winter administrative closure. My apologies. And I would also like to echo a lot of the sentiments that my colleague Councilmember McLean has said in terms of this resolution. And also I just want to say thank you to all the veterans for their service.
I have is whether there's any movement, whether there's desire to remove some of the things that feel shame-based, like talking about this whereas people being denigrated in spite of them having answered the call to their country. I'm not quite sure what that refers to, but that makes me feel very uncomfortable. Or let's see here.
Can you tell me what whereas that is?
Oh, yeah. So, this is, let me see here. Maybe I should go through each one. That's just one. Okay. So that's whereas.
9.
Thank you. I don't even.
Number 9.
The unpopularity of some wars have resulted in the service of members of Army, Air Force, Marines, Coast Guard, and Navy being denigrated in spite of them having answered the call of their country. There's that one. And then there's also whereas the willingness to place oneself in harm's way, the willingness to make ultimate sacrifice on behalf of one's country is in itself meritorious, independent of the circumstances and theater in which they served. That feels a little off to me. I mean, obviously we're in the midst of a theater where people who signed up to serve are being turned against their own countrymen, but that's besides or in addition to that point. But things like that, and then let me see here. In the be it further resolved, citizens, institutions, organizations encouraged to recognize our veterans in all appropriate ways. I'm not sure exactly what that means, but
So if it's a motion, I will support it. Council, Member McLean, if you can, what is the thought behind that last be it resolved?
Add more than what it says there. The idea is that whatever might be appropriate and different organizations may recognize in different ways. Some people may want to have a parade. Some people may want to fly flags. Some people may want to have special ceremonies honoring certain veterans. You know, as a matter of course, I want to leave that open to all organizations in our community and encourage them to same way we otherwise would.
That we put language like that in a lot of other proclamations and resolutions around encouraging citizens to participate or celebrate in whatever way they're comfortable with, or it might be, variance in the exact words, but we give the same, sense in many other resolutions or proclamations.
Yeah, maybe it just hit it's just like the way it hits because of these other pieces. So I guess my question still is like why some of this other language? I mean, I guess I would just say not whereas, just leave it I mean, I would just actually strike that whole whereas. Is that the unpopularity of wars that have resulted? Is that the 9th one?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what number it is, but I think we know
Yes.
which one you're talking.
Whereas the unpopular, so I would move to remove the whereas, the unpopularity of some wars, etc.
There's a motion.
Support.
Supported by Councilmember King, moved by Councilmember Simmons. Discussion. Councilmember McLean.
Thank you, Mayor. Council member, I'm not sure I fully understand where you're coming from or the point that you're trying to make on all this, but it's historical fact that when people came back, especially from Vietnam, that they were spat upon. Were subjected to coming back home, and the whole idea of coming home was called into question. And one of the points that I'm trying to make with this resolution is the idea that these folks, mostly young people at the time, they made a difficult decision, each for their own personal reasons, but the whole reason that it's worth having a special day to honor them is the fact that they willingly stood up. In case of Vietnam, it wasn't so willing. There was still a draft, but they went. Those of them that didn't flee, and I think there's value in saying somebody that was willing to do that. I don't think Vietnam was a particularly good war. Wish we hadn't been involved the way we were, but I can still. That can exist for me in still respecting the people that went.
I understand. I guess I would just say I understand. To me, like I understand like the idea of like individual levels of feelings versus structural and systemic. And so I recognize that. I think, my issue this country doesn't honor them. I know people fought in Vietnam and still are facing issues. We have people being grabbed by ICE who fought in these wars right now, currently. And so I understand what you're saying. I just am saying, like, I feel like I would rather focus on a more like structural level as opposed to the individualized. But so that's what I'm getting at, because like I said, it feels shame-based if people have different feelings about just war in general, and that but this country's really good at celebrating war. We're not very good at celebrating what brings peace. But So I'll just leave it at that. I mean, there's a motion, I suppose, on the floor, and that's, like I said, this is complicated for me because yeah, I live it on a daily basis, how we don't.
And the fight about the particular wording of this resolution, but I did hear Councilmember Simmons that you also were interested in maybe striking the next whereas. I don't know if you want to just include that in your motion to strike those two whereas statements. And maybe while you're thinking about that, I mean, my comment is I am also a product of military. My mother's Japanese, my father is American, and my father was a serviceman. And so I was a military brat. And it is a complicated issue because I reject US imperialism entirely. And I mean, especially now in 2025, it's very disturbing to see what the US empire is doing across the world and the Middle East and Venezuela right now. So, but this isn't, this particular recognition of veterans, I think, personally, I think it's fine to do that because we're not talking about people that are necessarily the architects of these wars. And veterans are people that generally are coerced as young and escaping poverty, as Councilmember Simmons said. That was the case for my father. He was escaping poverty. And so I do support veterans, and I think we need more support for veterans. I also support city staff having more days off. So I will support, what this resolution does as far as recognition of service members as well as creating a more time off for staff.
I mean, I would just echo many of the things that Councilmember Fellows just stated. I mean, I think many of us at some point have a touch point with veterans, maybe in our own personal lives. I mean, my father was also in the military. And so it is complicated, it is complex, but I do support the spirit of this. I do support our community saying that we want to, as Ypsilanti, honor Veterans Day and veterans, and not necessarily, the broader issue of, like Councilmember Fellows said, the architecture of all of this, but that we respect and want to honor them. So I'm fine with, I don't have an issue with the language at all. Further discussion on the amendment?
So I appreciate, those two. Have them together. Do you support that too?
Oh, yeah, I would support it.
So the friendly is to remove the whereas 9 and 10.
No.
Mayor Brown.
No.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
No.
The amendment fails.
We are on the original resolution. Councilmember Kitty.
So one question I kind of had, or a suggestion, where it says whereas Ypsilanti has numerous citizens that served. I was wondering, why did you choose this person? And I was wondering, can we add another person? But the issue with that, I would like to add another person, but I am trying to research the name. I don't have the name right now tonight. And I'm wondering if I don't get it before the vote is in, how can we add another name? Like, could it be done at the next meeting?
We can't. You have to.
Oh, we could postpone it because it was not due to happen to next year anyway.
Yeah, or table it. I mean, not postpone, but table it.
Yeah, okay.
You want to answer it? She asked.
And well, that part of the question was about why this person, and Lieutenant Colonel Charles Kettles is an absolute hero. Saved the lives of numerous, perhaps even dozens of servicemen. I don't think women, but men in Vietnam. And won the Medal of Honor. So as far as I know, it's the only Ypsilanti person that has won a Medal of Honor. So that's why this person is specifically in there. I have no objection to including anybody else per se, although I'd want to know what their story is. But this is our last meeting. This was scheduled to be on last time. It didn't get heard. It's here now. I'd like to move the process forward and want to do something to honor others. Sure.
You could, following this meeting, if approved, you can just move to amend a resolution previously adopted.
Okay, that's what I thought. So that's what, so I would have to do that at the next meeting though, right? Yep. Okay.
And then I'm also wondering then, I mean, if we're talking about, naming Ypsilantians who, should be honored in terms or called out by name, maybe there should be a portion of this where, annually we send something out naming, folks from Ipsy who they're either got the Medal of Honor or whoever, I don't know, because I think we could get into the weeds of folks emailing us saying, well, my so-and-so, my grandfather, my uncle, my this. And so what, we see it happen about a lot of other things. So maybe the decision is that we start to gather this information and share it as a community rather than maybe wordsmithing this resolution for one or cherry picking one or two people. And that might be a way forward to make sure that we are lifting, the names and the honoring those who served.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Quick internet search, I count 8.
See?
8 what?
8 persons who were either born in or passed away in this city having received the Medal of Honor.
So, yeah, so maybe we need to either add them or compile a list and make sure that when we notice this annually, that we name those people.
I think that's a good idea.
I'm in a newsletter or, how things go out.
A press release, an
We
announcement.
name the closure, like, remember, City Hall be closed on this day. We're in honor of Veterans Day and do these people, because I think that would be appreciated. And it also then doesn't have our scope being so small based on just who we think we should bring forward. But I just think it makes sense to do that.
And because I think exactly like you just said, just the opposite. Some people will say, hey, so, well, not the opposite, but yeah.
Okay. Anything further on this? Call the roll.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Pass, I was just saying.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
No.
Correct. I had that one. Motion carries.
All right. Thank you so much. Councilmember Simmons, you have 238.
If we just postpone this until next meeting, I have some edits I need to make.
Sorry.
That's all right.
So this was already supposed to be off.
Well, he mentioned
I
it
just
during the
mentioned it
meeting.
not too long ago.
All right. Sorry. Okay. Can we get a motion to postpone?
I move to postpone resolution number 2025-238 till the next meeting.
Support.
All right. So moving support by everybody. Please call the roll on postponing.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows.
Schedule?
Yeah, we're postponing it to the next meeting.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Oh, yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Motion carries. Postponing 238.
Thank you. Councilmember Tucson, you have 239.
Yes, resolution number 2025-239 resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti. The Ypsilanti City Council will hold regular meetings at 7 p.m. in City Council chambers located at 1 South Huron Street, Ypsilanti, Michigan 48197 for the year of 2026 on the following dates: January 20th, February 3rd, I just all those get read into the record. And I so move.
Support.
Right. Also moved by Councilmember Susan, supported by Councilmember King. I was like, yeah, you know,
My bad, y'all.
it's okay. It's all right. Mr. Councilmember King, please. All right. I'm gonna go down this whole list and read every day. That's wild.
If I may.
Clerk Boudreaux, yes.
There, an August date and a November date were removed because there will be a primary and a general election on those dates. And then I also suggest that there be no January 6th meeting because you would either have to have all of your items in next week or you would get the agenda the day before the meeting because we run into Christmas and the New Year. And I love you all, but I really don't want to prepare an agenda on New Year's Eve.
Mm-hmm.
So that's my suggestion for the January meeting.
Yeah, that was one of the questions I had because I was originally under the impression that we had to meet within 30 days, and this would put us way outside of that. If that's not a rule, I'm totally in support.
It used to be once every 30 days, but that was changed to once a month back in 2014.
Oh, so
Once a month, not
Mhm.
calendar month, not every 30-day month. See? Okay. All right.
Another question about January is like, what are the dates that we are looking at for the goal setting right now?
I was going to bring that up later. I'm thinking 13th. Let me pull this up.
I have the 13th, the
13th, 15th, and then 20th. That'd be January 13th, which is a Tuesday. That would be the initial one. 15th would be the presentation from departments. And then the 20th at the start of the meeting would be kind of a more of a closing of the 13th.
Quick question.
Councilmember King.
And I know we're not talking about this right now, but that does not include that retreat date that I know Andrew sent out information about that.
Oh, did that get scheduled?
I don't think it got scheduled.
It did not. I didn't hear back from enough council members that indicated they could go. So if everyone's available Friday, the 12th, I can reach out to Bianca and we can add that as well. And that could be maybe an afternoon.
What day?
The 12th is a Monday.
I mean,
The
the
16th.
12th of December.
Oh, 12th of December. Oh, no. It's this Friday.
It is this Friday. So never mind. That's probably too.
Yeah, no. Sorry.
Is it possible to make one of these goal setting dates?
Well, that's it. When I spoke with Bianca, she was thinking about doing the first one would be kind of a closing of the retreat and then the beginning of the budget prioritization. So I imagine that could be the 13th. Then 15th, we could either continue that and then also have departmental presentations. And then the 20th, prior to the regular meeting, finish up any loose ends on the budget prioritization.
That was our original ask, was to conclude it in our goal setting.
Correct.
Yeah. On there. Oh, okay, sorry. Oh, they're canceled already.
I put it as, I just say to you, it's proposed because it's not my choice.
Gotcha. It's already
It is
on the
my
list.
choice, but it's not my choice.
I saw it at the top, but I thought it said proposed. I don't know why I can't read the word canceled. Okay. Councilmember Fellows?
Do we want to do a summer respite and a winter respite like we did this year? Like one of the June or July dates off and one of the December dates off?
Well, we have one of the August dates already off.
Oh.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
July 7th.
It is right after.
Remove December 15th for similar reasons where it's like a ability to take some time off and travel internationally if I need to. I am leaving for Hong Kong at 3 a.m. today to maximize the time that we have off this month. So that's something I'm interested in. I wasn't sure if this is standard, but it seemed like it last year when we talked about it, when we take a winter.
We just started doing that last year.
Oh, was really? What about the summer one?
That started maybe 2 years before that.
I-
Or yeah, we just like I have never had a break up until 2 years ago, in the summer or the winter. I can't make a motion, but I would support removing the second December date as well.
I so move.
Support.
To remove December 15th.
One of the guidelines or etiquette that we had before was not having a meeting after a long weekend, and the first
Outcomes right.
kind of again falls after the holiday weekend, so I would suggest
Doing
moving,
that one. instead of the
getting rid of
first.
one and moving it to the next week, or that
Doing it in between.
it's exactly what we did this year.
So moving the 1st to the 8th and then getting rid of the 15th. Oh, I like that better.
Yes, I like that too. 'Cause I was also about to say it does feel like a lot of time. So in some ways, I feel like the first should go, but it doesn't respond to the need for a longer time. So I would support that amendment.
Can you make it friendly?
Yeah, I support that as a friendly. Do you support that? Was it Roland?
Yes, Councilmember Tucson, you support that? All right, so Clerk Vijay, you got it. So move the 1st to the 8th and cancel the 15th.
Wait, let me make sure I put that in my schedule.
Yeah, me too.
You'll get the updated schedule.
Oh no, but that schedule doesn't matter to me.
My own, yeah, I gotta put
It's
I
my
gotta put it
schedule.
on my own, yeah.
Thank you.
I understand.
What about the summer? Do we want to remove one of those summer dates?
Oh, well, we have the motion on the floor right now.
Yes.
To remove December the 15th and move the 1st to the 8th. Discussion on that. Please call the roll.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean. Thank you. Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
The amendment carries.
Right, thank you. Okay. Oh, so many doors. Okay. Summer dates. Do we want to take a summer recess?
So as you said, Mayor Brown, we do have one meeting off in August because of an election.
A respite for clerk staff.
Yeah.
That's true.
You're working. Mayor Pro Tem, you have something?
Yeah, I just want to point out that July 7th also fits that Tuesday after a long weekend.
So we move.
Mm.
Would anyone like to?
I'll move to remove the July 7th date. Yeah.
Support.
It's been moved by Councilmember Simmons, supported by Councilmember Fellows to remove the July 7th, 2026 meeting. July 7th.
Support.
Please call the roll.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Absolutely.
Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
The amendment carries.
So, all right, we're back to the amended calendar for the year. Any other changes or updates?
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Indeed.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen. The amended motion carries unanimously.
Councilmember Fellows, you have 240? No.
No.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti that the attached council onboarding and orientation process be approved and direct the city clerk to provide this to each council member and future council member upon certification of the election. Be it further resolved that the city clerk schedules all meetings as instructed in the onboarding and orientation process, and I so move.
Support.
Been moved and supported. Is there further discussion? Or any comments from Member Fellow?
Mostly that I'm glad that we are going to have a orientation process for council members, and I'm gonna actually use it for myself, even though it's been about a year since I've been here. Yeah, I think that was one of the first resolutions I brought to council back in December or January, and I'm glad to get to this point. I do hope that to move a little quicker on future execution of resolutions, but I'm glad to be here now. And thank you to staff for helping with this.
The committee that created this, was this a committee or was this just?
It was mostly me and the city manager and the clerk.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, I want to say thank you because I know when I came on, I was like, is that it? So I want to say thank you for creating this. I think it is a good way to get a council member started.
A comment about the mentorship and networking. You know, it's something that the body should be doing and shouldn't be left to staff to arrange for people to be mentored or and then I hope they have met with community leaders by the time they get in here. That's part of the whole election process. But to put that specifically on staff to arrange that, I think that should be done by this body itself.
Shall we move it to council? Council may arrange for new council members.
Sure.
I mean, can we make it like, to me, I would say that like I mean, although I recognize the leadership can also be new, but I would move that to the mayor and mayor pro tem to help facilitate that so that we can be specific about who might be in the best position to set that up.
I accept that.
Who was the second? Sorry.
Councilmember Simmons was the second, so.
So that
Mayor and mayor pro tem.
may arrange for new council members to be offered to pair with experienced council members as mentors and to meet with community leaders and stakeholders.
Sorry, can you repeat what we're talking about?
Section 4, mentorship and networking. My point was it's more appropriate for this body to do that than for staff to do that. And so the amendment is to have the mayor and mayor pro tem may arrange for new council members to be offered a pair with experienced council members.
So, I mean, yeah, I'm a social butterfly myself, so I don't know. You're not. Any further discussion? Please call the roll.
On the amendment, Councilmember McLean,
Yes.
Councilmember King,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen,
Yes.
Mayor Brown, Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
The amendment carries.
The original resolution? Further discussion.
For bringing this forward. This is, I spent a lot of time getting all the information that's in this, and there's some that I missed, so that's kind of nice.
No further comment? Please call the roll.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Yes.
Mayor Brown. Councilmember Fellows.
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
The amended motion carries unanimously.
Thank you. Councilmember King, you have 249.
Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas on October the 21st, 2025, City Council approved health care for city employees, and whereas the Council of the City of Ypsilanti approved a one-year contract from January 1st, 2026 to December 31st, 2026 to offer the following: Blue Cross Blue Shield and Blue Care Network benefit plans to all eligible participating employees and retirees. Community Blue PPO, Simply Blue PPO, 80% BCN, HMO, HSA, and Medicare Advantage. And whereas staff recommended, Council approved a change from Simply Blue PPO from 100% to 80% to save the city $400,000, with the city covering half and the remaining be allocated evenly among employees. Whereas the IAFF union was not agreeable to the change, bless you. Now therefore be resolved that the Council of the City of Ypsilanti approves a one-year contract with EHIM to administer the self-funded Simply Blue PPO 100% for the IAFF membership, in addition to the Community Blue PPO 100%. I so move.
Moved by Councilmember King, supported by Mayor Pro Tem Wilcoxen.
Hello, council. This is after we approved our healthcare, an IAFF member approached staff leadership, and in their contract starting 2017, a section was added that essentially the union needed to approve any change to coverage. They were not agreeable to the change to the Simply Blue PPO 80% in order to be in line with what their contract currently says. We offered it to its membership. Since it's a small cohort, the impact is a little over $11,000, and staff is recommending approval.
Questions from council? Councilmember Simmons.
So just for clarity, this is kind of giving multiple options, and then this change when we're looking at the decrease impact as opposed to $90,000, it would be more like $79,000.
No, it would be more like 101 because it's an additional 11,000. And the way that the IAFF contract is written is we have to offer them 3 of the specific contracts. The one, the Community Blue PPO 100%, which is specifically for them. And then they have options to the other 2 that are provided to the rest of city staff. If there is a change to either of those other 2, then that union needs to agree to it. Since they didn't agree to the 80% change, because of their contract, they entitled to maintain the exact same coverage from what the contract says.
And so, I'm sorry, just so because you're saying it would go the opposite way, so the city would save more with them.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke. Yes, it would be instead of
it's
only spending 90,000, we would spend like 101,000. So we would be paying an additional $11,000.
Yeah, so that's why, because it's the way this I think is talking about the decrease and our cost would be from what we had to the switch to the Simply Blue 80%. And that, so it would be like the increase was roughly 400,000, but that with this change, we would save 90,000 out of that. And so I'm saying that now it would actually be 79.
So no,
Or is the, are
so
these
the
not-
impact, if we stuck with the entire city receiving Simply Blue PPO 100%, we would be paying $400,000. Since we switched to the PPO 80%, we would only pay $90,000. With this change, we would be spending $101,000.
Thank you. I understand now.
Yes.
Mayor Brown,
Yes.
Councilmember Fellows,
Yes.
Councilmember Tucson,
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons,
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously.
You, Mayor Pro Tem, you have 250.
Excuse me.
Yes, indeed. Resolved by the Council of the City of Ypsilanti, whereas the City of Ypsilanti currently has a contract with Dew Point for managed services, which expires February 1st, 2026, and whereas Dew Point has offered to renew the contract for a 3-year period with 2 one-year renewal options, with the cost for the first year in the amount of $186,000, and now therefore be it resolved that the Council of the City of Ypsilanti approves the 3-year contract with 2 one-year renewal options with Dew Point for managed services, $186,000 for the first year, and I so move.
It's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem
Support.
Jackson, supported by Councilmember King.
Good evening,
Good evening.
Director West.
Mayor. City Council. In brief, they are our current managed services provider. They do not provide hardware. They license software through them, but is separately billed. Right now, we're paying $16,310 a month, which includes some hardware payment as well. So this is a net monthly decrease. We've talked with them about future network hardware updates. We've talked with them about other things we see in our future, like a cybersecurity analysis and having some scheduled on-site visits. Overall, we think we've haggled out a decent renewal.
Clause for the other optional years.
Yeah.
So, yeah, year 2 would be 15,645 a month for a total of 187,740 per year. And year 3 would be 16,425 for a total of 1,100,000. I can't talk tonight. 197, 100 per year. Just gonna spell out the letters. Is that we might have from time to time, like if we choose to expand our network or double our workforce or things like that. But we do have a time and materials clause in the renewal contract to make that process a little bit easier when we do have things that are outside of the actual scope.
Councilmember Simmons?
So I'm just looking at this in here where you have these suggested projects that are additional budget.
Sometime.
Hmm?
Oh,
Oh, I see. I was like, oh. So yeah, I'm just wondering, like, are these just things like they're like, oh, we could do these, or are these things that you all have also talked about
things that we've spoken about with them.
but that wouldn't fall within this contract?
Right, they'd be out of scope. So the Intune project is something that I brought up with them that helps us manage our hardware quite a bit more easily, especially as we go to more mobile devices and cell phones. That helps us ensure uniformity and ease of service. AI readiness is something that I believe Tracy brought up with them. But really what underpins that is data management and cleanup. Right now, a lot of our files are kind of piles of files, metaphorically speaking, digitally speaking, I suppose. So a lot of that needs to be gone through, getting rid of some out of date stuff, archiving and preserving things that need to be archived and preserved. And that goes hand in hand with any sort of larger digitization project. So all good things.
And just like when the contract was first entered, what is the kind of pricing out there for other similar services? Is it?
Everybody else that was priced out during the initial bid process was around 20 to 30% higher, if I'm remembering right. Reagan, do you remember?
Sounds right.
Councilmember Tucson.
Yes.
Councilmember Simmons.
Yes.
Councilmember McLean.
Yes.
Councilmember King.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
All right, thank you. It's 10:43.
Move to extend to 11:30.
There's a motion, a move.
Support.
By Councilmember Fellows, supported by Councilmember Tucson, to extend to 11:30. All in favor?
Aye. I'm not extending.
Any opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
Hey.
That was, how many? That was more than,
Before nays.
I feel like I heard a fourth voice. I don't know if
There was a fourth nay in there.
Oh. I think it was just.
Maybe it was just.
I didn't vote.
Or down.
Like, yeah.
Let's keep moving.
Pulling of the chair.
Okay, well, keep going. Okay. So we're at the discussion regarding annual review for the city manager and city clerk. I'm gonna kick that over to Mayor Pro Tem
Okay.
Watson.
Yeah, it's time we've done this. It's been overdue, and there have been years that we've languished with this one. This is difficult. Lots of other places are doing this in October. I'm not sure from HR what everybody else on staff, when does that happen?
I do mine all at the beginning of the fiscal year, just so if there's merit increases, it's right there at the beginning.
October. So we're a bit behind. I was going to present that we do this and start working through this in January, but we've got a lot of other things to do within January as well. So was looking to just use the forms that we have used in the past. There was a lot of thought put into this by HR professionals that, and I didn't want to reinvent the wheel for this year. So I was going to suggest that we distribute these to the clerk and the city manager and get those back from them at our January 20th meeting. And then we will all submit ours as well. And the way we've done this in the past is that somebody on council then collects all this and tallies this, and I will volunteer.
You could, it's supposed to be me, but you can do it.
Oh, Jennifer did it in the past.
I know, but that's not what it says.
Oh, yeah. You can do it.
She just wanted to do it.
That's all right.
I don't mind. It doesn't matter. We'll work together.
We'll do it. So if the January 20th works, that gives us a month. And I know some of us will be out of town and out of the country. If there's another timeline for that, I'm open to suggestions.
Saying that the city manager and city clerk would return theirs at the 20th, and then we would have do ours.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But usually a self-evaluation first, and then
Yep.
council gets them and goes through that. Is back on January 20th. Does that seem like enough time for you guys to
I do have a question. In the past, we just supplied them to Jennifer and then Jennifer compiled them all together, including ours, or do you want us to send ours to everyone?
Thought we would see yours.
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I saw yours when I was doing mine. I thought, yeah,
And I guess Jennifer sent them to you. Is that-
probably. I think maybe you submitted them to the person who was going to tabulate, and then they sent them out so that you all didn't have to do it. We saw them because I used that to remember things that I forgot because you all were able to tell us about your accomplishments and different things that maybe we would forget that or we didn't know that you did. So I think everybody should see them.
Okay.
Before.
So just, we want clarity, so if you all, because who do we send it to, so should we do?
Send it to me. You always.
So you said the 20th, we have the month after that to fill ours out and then have at the end of February, or beginning of March. These for next year, sorry.
So if they return them to me on the 20th, I'll send them out on the 21st because we'll be in a meeting on the 20th. So I'll send them out the next morning. And then we would have until, wait, the meeting of
Sounds good. I support this. The only thing is maybe the mayor and pro tem can remind us on the January 13th meeting. Yeah.
there. So it'd be a reminder for you all to submit your evaluations by the next week. And then I give a reminder the week before for council to return theirs. Okay. Reminder. Yeah. Okay. Reminder for both. So you all get a reminder, we'll get a reminder. Okay, okay. Any other discussion or questions, concerns? Okay. To our discussion regarding parks and events.
Wait, would we have to, oh, was it just
It was just a discussion, yep. Events. So parks and special events. Mainly we're going to be talking about special events tonight. They're kind of in the same category as the Freight House in a lot of people's minds, but tonight it's just special events. So how many of you are actually familiar with their special events application process that we have currently?
A little bit.
Do you enjoy it? No. Okay. What's your favorite part about it? My favorite part? And by favorite, I mean least.
Us to waive the fees?
Yeah.
Fee waivers.
That's a good one. So that we can absolutely redesign that process, but that's like phase 2. Phase 1 is setting expectations during the intake. So right now it's set up in that class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4. Almost nobody's a class 4. Most pavilion rentals are class 1. Nobody knows that going into it. The form that we have currently tries to be everything to everybody and all the time. We're going to make it a lot more simpler and kind of break it down by size of the event, the nature of the event. Are you a festival? Are you a concert? Are you a 5K?
are you other? Because there's going to be an other. You're going to have defined categories.
Sure.
And then the assessment. Okay. So that way it's a lot clearer up front. It's a lot easier to manage on our end. We're going to make it very clear that, you know, our police force aren't your private security. If you are over a certain size or have certain elements, then you will need to hire private security. Same thing, we're actually in talking with the fire department right now, for their EMT side of things about what events and what size should we require people to have, like a public health tent, you know, with water, with somebody that has first aid training, that sort of stuff. How are paramedics going to get into your event, particularly with those larger events? But 90% of our events are the smaller pavilion rentals. We're going to lower the barrier to entry there. It's going to be a little bit cheaper. You're not going to be required to have a security deposit. Flip side, we're probably not going to allow bounce houses because that involves putting stakes in the ground, generally near power lines. Either that or we're going to have very prescribed areas in which you have to do bounce houses. So are really going to be anything that expect more than 50 people. And then we're going to have tiers after that. So it's like 50 to 100, 100 to 250, 250 to 500, 500 and up. That's captures 90% of the events that we currently have. And anything more than 500 people generally requires a lot more customization, hand-holding, walkthroughs, things like that. So we want to simplify it. We want to make it clearer. We want to make it less jargony, and we want people to be guided to the choices that are right for both of us, right? So then once we have that on lockdown, we can go through the fee waiver process a little bit more. We're not fans of it either. One thing that I would absolutely love to do first off is put a deadline on it. There's not really anything in the written policy. We have people who are requesting fee waivers after the event has taken place because a friend of a friend told them that they could do it. We've put a stop to that, but there isn't really anything policy-wise or resolution-wise to back us up if somebody decides to go to council anyway. So.
Mean, as in you want to host this, that you would need to get your waiver in by like 1 to 2 council meetings before your event, or do you mean like July 1st, if you want to host an event for the following year, you would put in for your waiver?
So no less than probably 8 weeks prior to your event. And part of that is if we are subsidizing the event, then we want to just going to say get more out of it. We want to have more of a hand in the planning. We want to make sure that they're publicizing it well. We want to make sure that if we want a table there saying, hey, come join our commissions, hey, this is how you remove snow, that we can have that there. So pretty straightforward. A lot of other communities do it that way too.
Yeah, I think that's great.
To the social district discussion, maybe there needs to be, you know, specified things for Depot Town and the special events.
So one of the things that we're looking at for the commercial street closures, so the ones in downtown and Depot Town, and in some of our larger parks, the geography and where you get power and where water and everything kind of dictate the layout of those events. So we want to be able to sort of provide people with a default layout. Like this worked well for Pride last year. Why don't you start from this point? Because you get power here, you know, you have to divert traffic over here. If you close this road, then you have to do all of this stuff. So, you know, size increments. We can absolutely do things like that with the social district in mind too. But we want to make it easier on people, not have to have people reinvent the wheel for every year, every festival. It's not fun for anybody, and it takes their attention away from the actual event when they're focused on the logistics and feel like they have to come up with everything from scratch when we know what they're probably going to do is this, this, and this, because that's kind of what you got to do.
Another related to social districts. So I imagine that there is a process for requesting for temporary beer and wine licenses because of like the beer fest. Has that been posted for downtown? And is that an option?
Already with liquor licenses to really know what the options are, honestly. So, and I can't remember a street festival in downtown that had beer and wine, or even in Depot Town that had beer and wine. That's in the park. Same thing with Heritage Fest of yore. They had it in the park.
Wasn't there something on West Cross? Wasn't there like it was I think it was cider
It
or
was a
something.
cider fest, and I remember that that was very legit because West Cross doesn't.
Do a lot of events.
It's very challenging because they're and they don't really have sort of the traffic-free pockets that
Mhm.
downtown and Depot Town have.
Yeah.
That might be something to consider for the special events if we start doing allowances for that.
Yeah.
Yes, there's gonna be people that want it, so having the designated spots identified could help.
So bounce houses are full of risk, like massive amounts of risk.
Yeah.
So there's risk to the participants, which translates to some degree to risk to us. And then there's risk because you stake them down into the ground. And in Riverside particularly, where everybody loves to have things, we have a lot of stuff going on underground. We have water lines, we've got at least 3 sets of electrical lines. So it is very challenging. And oftentimes people will say, oh yeah, we can totally put the bounce house here. You go down there the day of, the bounce house is over there. So one of the things we've been able to do this past summer is, with Jennifer's help, actually have staff there the day of and say, hey, you never told us you were going to have a bounce house. What's up with that? So there would be a different set of requirements that come with bounce houses. So additional insurance and additional security deposit, most likely. But that would be as a bolt-on, not built into the fee that we charge somebody up front.
Yeah. Or they can put on like the vert hill going up to
The hill would be bad for a lot of reasons, mainly for the bounce house itself. But yeah, bounce houses are tricky because you want to get them clear of things so you don't bounce into them. But then you also, in Riverside, the clearer you are of things, the closer you are to underground stuff. So, yeah. It also generally, part of reinventing the wheel every time is if we don't have a prescribed area in which you can have your tents, in which you can have your bounce houses, that means we have to go out there every time and mark the lines. And even then, people end up shorting out lights and shorting out the pedestals. And it is annoying as heck to fix those things and expensive. Yeah, I think the last time something got shorted out, it cost us about $15,000 to correct it.
Okay.
Yep, so when we require a security deposit, it is for things like that.
You would like from us, or ways that we can help or give you any guidance in the?
This was mainly meant as a vibe check, more or less. Like, are we going in the right direction? Do you have any major concerns? I'm seeing at least one thumbs up. Can I get a straw? Thumbs up, pull, maybe, thumbs down.
You're a bounce house.
Oh, you should.
Please, I mean,
The only thing worse than bounce houses is trampolines.
listen, let's not talk about it because,
Equally.
you know, I got a kid who literally is a pro at
Listen.
both of those things.
Oh, no, I take my children to the trampoline place.
Oh, yeah, Sky Zone, please. We got a yearly membership on.
You get that Black
Lots
Friday
of broken bones.
Huh? Yes. Well, let me not. We can talk about that a whole nother time. But I think what was like. Yeah, this sounds great. There was something else. Oh yeah. You know, this just makes me think about our soon upcoming field day, ward against ward. Well, you know, we'll bring 500 people to the park. Okay.
No, it's just council.
I thought you meant us.
Yeah.
Oh no, we'll be there.
We already got an advantage. There's 3 of us.
Oh, that's so
Do it.
funny. No.
Ooh, Chile. All right. Ooh, Chile. All right.
Will there be hay at the bottom of Riverside again for the sledding?
So when we've had hay in Riverside, it's been to protect some of the, what are they called? The pedestals. They're really visible though. So I don't think we did that this year.
Oh, because last year we barely had snow, so that's why I didn't, whereas this year we're definitely having snow.
Farmer's Almanac is never wrong. Yeah. So this year it's just going to be snowy as heck.
Hmm?
The snow. That's what I want.
Yeah. Well, I was just mentioning it because it did feel like safe when there was hay to run into before you get into the river.
Going down the hill.
Yeah.
Fellas.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I mean I support what you're working on. Looking forward to a draft, and just want to say that it is a hope of mine that eventually we could have like a parks and events department, so that we could have regular city programming. Yeah, and when I was elected to council, my mom only said that she thought I should do one thing, which is have a educational event around fireflies, and bring in, entomologists and invite children out to do that. And I kind of want to do that since it's the one thing my mom suggested and it sounds nice. But, just thinking of in the future, if we could start adding city programming, I think it would be great.
We can
Really been
combine
on
that with
my-
the tree time. People loved that. That was great.
That's been on my goal setting list, I think, for every year I've been here. A Parks and Rec department.
So new departments are not born overnight.
We know.
Right. But I think we are closer to being on the track to doing something very basic, which then we might be able to build on in the future. But I am not promising anything.
We know. Just
Trying to underpromise on everything.
dreaming and wishing right now. Yeah. Anything else? And the last thing is the table discussion regarding the scope of a third-party investigation for the September 23rd, 2025 hearing to review a removal action. That's a lot. All right. We're back.
We are after.
2 minutes.
Mm-hmm. Back. Let me get back to my notes.
I know. I don't even know we were sorry. Great.
I'd caution ahead of time when we're talking about a particular employee or personnel matter, that person is not present to potentially request a subsequent closed session on that. But I understood when we last discussed this, be identifying what scope of investigation might occur. My recommendation continues that to preserve integrity and privilege in the matter under some related circumstances is imperative that if it's taken outside of my office, that I supervise it as attorney work product. As council may be aware, I did a separate evaluation of the facts and circumstances and some of the procedures undertaken in the course of what transpired. And I reported those findings to the city manager. And at least among the measures going forward was a project that is underway with some department head inputs, which is to bring our current policies and practices out of the last century. My it appears from my initial review of that document that its last most significant update occurred in the 90s. Had a couple of legal changes, regulatory changes since then. One or two maybe in the last 25 years. I'm being facetious, of course. And so that is a project that has been undertaken in earnest. It was planned anyway, but certainly since this occurred. And the other recommendation that I had made to the city manager involved the actual review process that was undertaken by council at that meeting, because nobody in this room had ever experienced such a procedure. And in many cases, we were winging it. So, we have some confines which are set forth in the charter on those matters, but I'm going to, as this proceeds, make some recommendations to council regarding that process, deadlines for submission of materials, time limitations, and the scope of what a review actually is, because even today, I don't think anybody knows truly what a review is for purposes of what the charter requires. Councilmember Fellows, you had a question?
I was just, I mean, I guess like I would want to see what those constraints are before kind of moving forward with this. So not to kick the can further down the road, but if that could be provided to us so that we could have a discussion that makes sense.
Right.
I might, suggest we might wait on this until we have that information in front of us, but this idea.
Councilmember Simmons.
The question I had, I mean, and so it seems like you probably looked at this, so you probably have more clarity on it, but going through this process, it was really hard for me to actually track even how the process worked, like what the timeline was, when things were cited, what was being cited, what was being suggested as the plan. That was inconsistent. Going through the documentation, seeing the different pieces. So to me, like if you have that, like how that lined up in terms of what the process was supposed to be, what it actually was, and what we want it to be, like that kind of thing would be helpful to me, because that was really unclear. And might raise where we have to be like, yeah, this is how we actually are better and more clear overall. So if you've already kind of looked at that kind of thing would be helpful to see and to understand, so that when things come to us, that we kind of can be really clear of like, okay, this is what that looks like.
To add one thing, as Randy was saying, we intend to do an overhaul of the employee handbook. It's clearly dated. There is a better way for this process to exist. I've also had department heads as well as myself take training on learning how to document situations where employees have corrective action or they violate policy, to make sure that that is in hand and up to date before taking any disciplinary measure.
What is the who's going to do that? are we going to engage Amy Cell to do the overhaul? Seems like that's a contract thing that they could do that very clearly.
Yes, that
You
is,
have,
that is the intent with Randy kind of overseeing it.
so it seems like we're talking about two different things. We're talking about the investigation, but also the policy that sets up with how the investigation works.
Yeah.
Rather have the policy in place before we go through with the investigation.
Well, I was just suggesting that we might table this to the next meeting with the constraints of the charter listed so that we know, what the time constraints are and as far as discussing the scope. So since we don't have that information today, it was just related to the discussion item to table it.
I don't know if it's the charter. The charter is just saying that employee can have a hearing. It's the employee handbook that describes what that hearing is. So the constraints aren't with the charter. I believe they're with, we need to be careful with what we say about an employee that doesn't have the opportunity to request a closed session.
Sorry, I'm talking about the scope of investigation. I thought that's what you were referring to, City Attorney.
I was talking about three things.
Okay.
Obviously,
Three things.
well, there's the investigation of the facts and circumstances. I've communicated to council that I have done already such an investigation and communicated those findings to the city manager. I have the second thing, which is, the charter requires or not requires, but provides an opportunity for a non-union employee to seek review of a personnel action for this body. And so it doesn't specifically dictate procedural aspects of that. The employee handbook and related documents do that. That was shared with council at or ahead of the meeting where that initial review occurred. And so because of the way those things were applied, because of what transpired, again, with everybody in the room having zero experience with such a procedure, I wanted to take a look at refining those procedures in a manner that still gives substantive procedural due process to the person requesting the review. Certainly that can be accomplished. And also, adding a separate component of essentially fundamental fairness, because what happened in that situation was the grievant spoke very briefly and then excluded herself from the remainder of the meeting. And the remainder of the discussion was presentation of the facts and circumstances leading to the personnel action. In hindsight, that seemed like that an appropriate policy change would obviate that.
Understood.
Because we're also talking about fairness. We're talking about, I don't know if dignity is the right word, but that's there too. And that's why in those situations, of course, a closed session is an absolute right of the person involved to make that request. That person chose to decline that opportunity for reasons known only to them, but.
Understood. What's your third thing? Because I think I understood that you.
And then the overhaul of the employee handbook to modernize it. And make it compliant. And I know we have outside consultants that can supervise that process. If we're currently paying somebody to do that, you're certainly paying me to do that. So, more eyes on it is fine, but ultimate hand in it is what you contract with me to do and to supervise. So I can tell you that project is ongoing through HR and with some feedback from several department heads. Obviously, the employee handbook has to, ride a unique rail when we have separate bargaining units in the city whose contracts may deviate from what that handbook requires. So we have to factor all of that into. And quite honestly, we have several contracts in the city. Obviously, we just did one, but we have several other bargaining units, contracts I've had no hand in. That'll come over time, but we have to consider that whenever we're making policy revisions, because there might be things that we want to do in our handbook that we might not be able to affect one or more unions with. They can only apply to non-union employees in those circumstances.
Sounds good. It looks like we're working on things, which is good. I feel like maybe this isn't totally related to this discussion item, and we're getting close to 11:30. So, I guess in interest of time, I would say for this item, like I support a scope of looking into the claims of discrimination by third party. And as far as the scope timeline, I don't really have anything in mind for that. So I'm more looking for guidance from others and maybe for staff to make the suggestion of the third party that you can supervise.
They do an investigation. We did an RFP process, so if that's the route council wants to take, that suggests doing.
The claims of discrimination. So you had given us your response to the EEO.
There were claims of discrimination made in connection with the underlying action, and that was part of my investigation, the results of which I shared with the city manager.
A reason it wasn't shared with us, since we are a part of this process as of right now?
It was. I provided it to council.
Is it? Oh, okay. No, right.
No.
Can you ask?
City manager and the city manager said this.
Okay.
You did.
Yeah, it was a privileged memorandum that I shared with the city manager sometime in October.
It's been 10:30.
Okay.
Move to extend to 11:45.
Motion. Your support. And it's likely would, if it was being normal, it would fail. Like, there's no support.
Mm-hmm.
No, Councilmember Simmons just supported it, but.
Who did?
No, I wasn't supporting.
Oh, you didn't? Okay.
I was just saying it's hard because I'm just looking through, I'm like trying to get prepared, and I was like, oh yeah, we haven't done Council Pro's business.
Sure, if there's no support, it's fine. I fly in like a few hours from now, but like I just don't want the meeting to end suddenly like it did last time. So just keep in mind, we have 9 minutes.
The discussion is the scope of the investigation. We don't have anybody to do the investigation. So we'd have to talk with them about what the scope of the investigation is, so, or we're sending that out in the RFP.
That would need to be included in an RFP. So the scope, if you're looking for a pattern of discrimination, that would be the scope.
Yeah. Can you bring like a RFP draft proposal to the next meeting that we could review?
Or send it
Um,
for the-
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify. So, because maybe it could be the time. I thought that you were doing it.
Well, that was my point is a third party investigation, essentially look behind my work, necessary. Especially when the charter provides that claims of discrimination have to come to me anyway.
So, because I'm just trying to understand then why, like, who would we do an RFP to? I mean, is it that we're asking you, this is the information that we'd like to see the information of?
The RFP would be for an outside law firm that would be managed by our attorney.
It would have to be a law firm.
I guess it wouldn't have to be a law firm. That's what we used last time we wanted to do an investigation.
Okay.
Law firm managed by our attorney?
I would have to supervise it.
Oh, okay.
And we're gonna be spending additional dollars, just to keep in mind, to have an investigation done again.
But we could get the information from you. Like the thing I was asking for, like you could provide.
Was provided.
It was provided.
Yeah.
I don't feel like I saw, well, not that I didn't see that, but I didn't see it like so that it was clear, like this is what happened, this is what the process is supposed to be, this is what happened, this is what we want.
That's different.
But that's part of what, so when we're the question was like, what kind of things we want to look into? And that was like one of them is like the lack of clarity of even what happened when, what was being cited.
The materials I provided to the city manager detailed all of that.
Okay. Let me go back and look at
In
it.
terms of
Just recently,
in terms of responsive or in many cases proactive measures, that's what I've discussed here openly. Trying to get a sense of what direction council would like me to take on that. And I've heard thoughts of a third party to look at it. I don't recommend that. Openly anyway, unless there's something I'm not aware of. And then, council inputs on changes to this review process and council inputs on any thoughts for improvements to the employee handbook as part of that overhaul process. Those are the items that, going forward can be applied to address these issues in the future. But in terms of this particular sequence of events and those types of things, have been detailed in that report that I'm hearing the city manager has shared with you.
Capacity of her claims is not really addressed in this. It's just like this is a defensive posture by the city. And it's not really an investigation into her claims of why she was where she was.
Circumstances are such, given the document you're reading, limit anyone on behalf of the city communicating with her on this matter.
Say it again?
Well, I can't go into detail, but the ability of the city to communicate with her on this matter while it's pending is very limited. Correct. So, if and when something comes to bear on that, then there are procedures by which
We keep moving it.
I know, but it's just like,
But maybe it shouldn't be at the end of the meeting.
Yeah. My suggestion still is to, request a RFP draft for us to look over and then we can discuss it. I think, having a third party makes it so that those constraints of not being able for any of us to interact,
they still apply.
well, if you were the supervising manager, it would apply, but it wouldn't necessarily. It's a third party investigation. But anyway, just to move the ball rolling and have more to discuss, that's what I suggest.
I guess Police Advisory Commission.
Police Advisory Commission. December the 18th, 7 p.m. City Hall.
No update. Is there any pressing information from the mayor or city manager so we can skip that? So do you all have anything pressing for us?
Tomorrow, we'll be announcing the new president of Eastern Michigan University at 12:30. I recommend watching on Zoom because that room is going to be jammed.
Proposed dates, I already went over that. The DeZank House, we have contacted the owner and operator. We are waiting for an application submission. An MOU with Leaf to implement a Sharps program will be on the next agenda. Second Baptist Weekend Overnight Shelter began this past weekend. RX Kids has had 40 applicants, 37 reviewed, 27 approved, 7 recollect, which just means more information, and then 3 were out of the city. I put the holiday schedule out there, so that's what our holiday schedule will be. And that's it.
Oh, and at 2 p.m. there's a mixer at the Student Center with the president-elect. If you can come. Yes. So after the meeting, it's at 12:30, then there'll be a break. Then we'll go over to the Student Center and there'll be a mixture with that person. I encourage you to attend if you can.
Mm.
Can I say something?
Sure. You got 1 minute.
Community dinner Christmas dinner in the community at Freight House, 23rd December.
There are a lot of community events happening over the holidays. Please share with your networks.
Fire department party.
Sunday. Fire department holiday party. Chief has been asking for RCPs if folks are going to come. They would like to know.
Should have one of these.
Thank you.
Great work, everyone. Happy holidays.
Meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah. The chair.
I have so many things I've been wanting.
Very prescient and picking 11:30 because it's 11:29.
Maybe I'll just have that.